Здравствуйте, коллеги.
Good morning, dear colleagues. I'm very glad to welcome you at our panel discussion, which is devoted to digital city and the technologies which support the digital city. And among the participants and speakers of our panel, there are quite a few well-known people. It is Dmitry Antoyev, head of the Analytical Center at the Department of Information Technologies of Moscow, Mikhail Osayevsky, President of Rostelecom PJSC, Maxim Yegorov, Deputy Minister of Construction, Housing and Utilities of the Russian Federation, Leonid van den Berken, Program Director from Amsterdam Smart City, Fred Sidbon, Deputy Mayor of Agnières-sur-Seine, Laurent Bouillot, CEO from Cyrodiil NG Group, Clement Robin, Commercial Director, Site Gestion, and Alexei Shaposhnikov, Chairman of the Moscow City Duma. So this is our panel, and we will try to discuss all the nuances of smart technologies in the cities. But before we pass to questions, I would like to express some thoughts, because I was searching on the internet and I was looking at the volumes of funds, of money, of resources, and I saw that by 2025 the aspirations are that the market of smart urban technologies will achieve $3 billion, $3 trillion. And if we talk about automized technologies, this market will achieve $20 billion. So it is a big and growing market, which is quite interesting for us. But I haven't understood where are we going to, because the Japanese are constructing a spiral city. We are developing a city as in the Arctic, and in Brazil they are developing, in Mexico they are developing a city, an underground city, and in Shenzhen, in China they are developing other types of skyscrapers with a stylobate, for example, on the roof. So we see that the whole world is searching for new forms and technologies. And my first question is addressed to Dmitry. We know that Moscow is among 10 cities which are conforming to the standard of the smart city. So what Moscow is doing today? What directions are the priority ones for the city? Good morning, dear colleagues. Yes, Moscow has passed the certification of ISO, and now is among 10 cities which were certified by ISO, as Dubai, Amsterdam, London. But for Moscow it was not the final goal. It is just the evaluation of the work of our city government. And digital technologies are the basis of urban development, because we cannot imagine a modern megalopolis without digitalization. We are implementing more than 300 projects related to the smart city in Moscow. One of the projects is our unified system of public services, MOS.ru, because there are 50 million entries each month on this platform, and we are supplying more than 400 million services. per year. And we are talking about different domains: construction, health, utilities, communal services, etc. And we have different prices and price for our work. One of the priorities for the smart city, for Moscow, is the feedback from our citizens and our city dwellers, because we are basing our work on the data coming from the technological sources, but also on the data coming from the feedback from the city dwellers. For example, our different platforms allow us to base our decisions on the feedback. But digitalization is not the final goal of Moscow. Our goal is to introduce technologies to increase the quality of life and to create the possibility for everyone to live and to have the best quality of our city and our city life. Thank you very much, Dmitry. And you talk about data and city dwellers, but what is the role of employers, of big businesses? Who are they in this game? And you do not talk about them, but they are present. What is the role of big businesses, of big companies? Big businesses are one of the most important employers in our country, and also big IT businesses is the source of breakthrough technologies. We have more than two-thirds of all the IT sector based in Moscow, and they are drivers of innovations, and they also supply information and digital services for Moscow dwellers. So they are our important partner in what is related to this quality of life. And now I would like to ask a question to Mikhail Osayevsky. It is a little bit more technological, but it is also related to futurism. It is like space technologies and telecommunications technologies. How are they connected with the infrastructure of a smart city? And what is the synergy, or what are the perspectives? Mikhail, just a couple of words, please, about this question. I do not know if you were talking about space in the direct sense of this word, but each megalopolis of the world now represents a separate spaceship. And if we are looking at the difficulty and complexity of processes which exist in such megalopolises, and if we talk about digital technologies, we know that they change the life of citizens very rapidly. Life become safer, more comfortable, and digital technologies are now in all the spheres of our life: education, health, medicine, transport. And as my colleague has just said, I think that during this last year of the pandemic, we've seen a new task appearing, a new task before all the megalopolises. We need to construct a reliable, a stable IT infrastructure which will allow us to exchange information between all the separated blocks to find solutions for complex tasks. I would like to quote some examples, and I'm sure that my colleagues representing different cities of the world also faced those issues. For example, to carry out the control during the lockdown, we needed to exchange information between the systems of video surveillance, also systems of security in the streets, with medical systems which were taking into account contacts between different people, and also they were taking into account those who were isolated. And one of the difficult tasks we are solving in Moscow is the passage to restaurants and to cafes, because only those who are vaccinated are allowed to enter. And I think that all the cities face this need to create new organisms which are characteristic traits to many big businesses. We need to have chief architects for such complex solutions in the cities, because more often than not, we are talking about separate elements, but we need to create a combined, coherent system. So it is a new challenge, and it requires new qualifications, new people, new personnel, and the companies which take part in the creation of these technologies should also take part in this process. And one of important elements to create such platforms is the technological basis. We need to have reliable communication, connection. We need to have centers of data storage and processing. We need to have a modern system of video surveillance. And buildings which are built need to be equipped with modern infrastructure to collect the needed information about the consumed resources. So it is a complex approach, and I think that this step which is being taken by all the city leaders, by all the 10 cities at least we were talking about. And I'm sure that Moscow will come through this path quite rapidly. We see that our mayor and the government are working on it, and it will let our people to feel more comfortable, to live a more comfortable and safer life. I hope that my colleagues from other cities and countries will share their ideas and their experience about how such an integration is implemented in their cities and countries. Mikhail, just a second question. You have said that it would be comfortable for city dwellers. And I'm now thinking about the following thing. You know, everyone is saying that the data will go to the centers of data processing, and that we will have smart equipment in the streets, but where is this limit of private life? So what do you think about this frontier between private life and about the possibility to guarantee that we will process all the data we need? Well, each of us is thinking about privacy, and we want to have more comfort, and we want to have smart auto barriers which will open themselves automatically when we approach our home, etc. But it requires the identification of some data, even biometric data. And it is very important here to limit the volume of information we need to do this, and to limit the use of this information to have some illegitimate preferences. But in general, the legislation in Russia is quite conservative in comparison to the US, for example, and it does not allow to use private information without the validation by the person it belongs to. But it requires not only legislation solutions, but also technological limitations. And this is also one of very important challenges which our government and our society and technological companies are facing, and they will need to guarantee the application of the legislation in force to keep the privacy. This question is very important and very difficult, and I think that each year we will receive more and more practice. Thank you very much, Mikhail. I would like to give the floor now to Leonie van den Berken, as Mikhail has started to talk about the fact how it is implemented in foreign cities. Leonie is a program director from Amsterdam Smart City. It is quite an innovative platform, and it is specialized in this question, and I think that our colleagues have a lot of experience. So what are the bonuses in general for the SMEs? So for the SMEs, what are the advantages? What are the advantages and disadvantages?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me here in this wonderful forum, which is called Superstar Cities, setting the aim so high for how cities can contribute to better lives for citizens, and not only the ones living in the city, but also the ones outside of it. And then back to the SMEs. Well, we are indeed an innovation platform, and we try to compose of an ecosystem of huge corporations, huge governments, knowledge institutions, but they cannot do the needed innovations if we don't have the SMEs and the startups in place. So what we do is creating this humus layer where everyone can participate, join forces, and start innovating in a way it truly will be meaningful for citizens and entrepreneurs and the people visiting our cities. And now I'm waiting.
Many thanks. I have a second question, maybe quite sharp, acute, but nevertheless, it is known that on April 21st, the European Commission submitted some proposals to regulate artificial memory. In the framework of this, it has been proposed to limit use of scoring, hiring of employees when artificial intelligence in the Russian Federation works for a long time. No risks are visible, but my question is wider. How can we find balance in development of technology of the clever city, a smart city, where this may be sharply regulated? What do you think, how you look onto this legislative threat to development? How we may come out of this?
Well, thank you for this question. I think it's very important we use this legislation because artificial intelligence, artificial memory will have a huge benefit in managing our energy systems, for example, and even health data, as was mentioned before. But we need to be vigilant in these systems because they could go out of control. So what we try to do also here in Amsterdam and in Amsterdam region is make the most of all this artificial intelligence and memory for these systems, but be vigilant in how they work. So we open the box. We have societal organizations looking very carefully into how these algorithms work. If they don't profile ethnically, for example, if the systems, even from governments, work understandable enough. For example, in Amsterdam, we learned that for some citizens, the language used is too difficult to even get, as a citizen, get access to the government. So these are very important parts, and I think legislation, even from a European point of view, needs to be in place to safeguard companies and citizens alike and help us governments to move along in a wise, understandable way.
Thank you. The question is really, according to my view, not quite simple. For example, robotized surgery, where technology of artificial intelligence is used. It is not quite clear, but nevertheless, I hope that our colleagues in the European Union may resolve for the benefit of development. And now shifting to Fred, I'm willing to say that Fred is a mayor of a city located not far from Paris, and smart solutions which colleagues develop, they develop 416 cities of the region Île-de-France. And first question is, how may we scale technologies tested in a small city onto imposing it on a large city? For sure, you would like to large scale your technology and cover Paris. I think this is a good comparison. So what problems and what limitations you see in this view?
Yeah, hi. Sorry, I don't have the translation right now, but I think I understood what you asked to me. Yes, hi everyone. So my name is Fred Silbons. I'm deputy mayor of a town called Agnières-sur-Seine, so just next to Paris. I'm also vice president of a public organization called CIPEREC for energy and smart solution for 116 cities in the region Île-de-France. And I'm also vice president of Ville Métropole, which is a public rental bicycle we can find in Paris and around Paris. So at this time, I'm also from Microsoft for 23 years. And, you know, when I was elected, I felt a really need from citizens to have a more collaboration and action in a simple way with the municipality, which didn't happen at the first time when we were elected in 2014. And so students had to call by phone. It was very difficult to get someone. And at the same time, the municipality didn't have enough data to analyze all the different problems that we had. So we wanted to transform and connect the city, to transform Agnières as a smart city, to be able to respond to these needs. So we launched first smartphone applications for all citizens to be able to push any issues they should have from us and to fix issues. So we had a waste management system, we also road issues management, lights management, tags, and so on. It was in 2015. It was a success, but we received a lot of data. And so we had to analyze this data more and more. And so since this time, we released new solutions years after years, including our program we have been elected, so security, safety, traffic, pollution, transport, citizen services, very important for a town like us, infrastructure, mobility, and environment, to be green, because it's a very fashion to be green. So the smartphone application evolved to have today new features, so the mayor communications, the passport and ID demands, tourism, culture, schools, and it allows us now to have a great citizen satisfaction, very, very important for the mayor and municipality, because when you have to use this data, we will have to analyze and take the good decision for the cities. It was also good for the mayor because the satisfaction was here, the reactivity was here. And so citizens who said, oh, the mayor is very connected, he knows us. And so it's very good. We are very happy in terms of reactivity. And so it was good to communicate for the press and debate against the opposition. So you can see our city hall from the 19th century right now in the city. It's number 4 in terms of beautiful town hall of France. But we have also a response to get environment. So if we can get the next slide. Next slide, please. If not, never mind. So we also have to have, we have the vision to respond to all the need about environment, because it was very, very important for us to be green. So we have replaced the 6,000 lights of the city to LED lights to reduce energy to consumption by 40%. So minus 40% of consumption of energy. At the same time, we profit of this modernization to connect these lights and put of this in this light some sensor. So sensor for pollution, sensor for traffic, sensor for parking, counter for citizens, cars, trucks, bicycles, citizens, to know exactly what's going on into the cities. And with AI, so the artificial intelligence, we're able then to see what was today, what is what tomorrow. Thanks to we're able to respond needs about key questions of citizens. Last but not least, we developed Office 365 in all elementary schools for students to have a better collaboration with computers. But it was a public tender of 9 million euros for lights and solution around, and has been Cité Gestion. The Cité Gestion has won this public this public tender. Well, Microsoft, I'm Microsoft, but I was not responsible for it. Of course, no conflict of interest, but Microsoft has won thanks to Cité Gestion, and they developed for us a Microsoft Azure platform with data analysis on Power BI, and a platform called Muse. And Muse was able to connect to all different silos of the municipalities we have. So for the traffic, for the pollution, for the smartphone application, for the police. And it was, it's our next step is to really to unify the platform, which allows us to have a unique platform for all silos for the municipality to simplify the internal to work, and for the best in terms of reactivity analysis to also reduce the cost. Because, you know, AI and technology has reduced the cost for us because it allows us really to be able to know what happens. So you can see in these slides inside the town hall, you can see we have lots of companies like Porsche, Johnson, Xerox, Procter & Gamble, Louis Vuitton. The manufacturing is also in Agnières. And if we can see the next slide, which is pretty interesting. Yes, this is, our, different silos and different pillars we develop in our cities, and everything came from the smartphone and safety called Genetech application. So we started that in 2015, and since this time, with the infrastructures, with the 5G, with the fiber, with the lights, thanks to Cité Gestion and Citélum, we're able really, with the Microsoft platform and Azure platform, we're able to evolve and to be very, very reactive. On the last slide, if you can go on the last slide, this is what we want to make. You know, you have the Muse applications, they have won the public tender, and from Muse, we want to connect everything. So we want to connect the smartphone applications, the police, the call center, also with the air quality, bicycle sensor, parking sensor, and so on. It allows us to know everything about the cities and to be able to respond to every questions we have from citizens and to be very reactive. So we have been re-elected in 2020, I think also thanks to this technology, because we have now in Agnières, in our town, a digital map. And in this digital map, we know what is good, what is bad, where to optimize in terms of resources. So very interesting about that.
Fred, вы меня слышите?
Yes.
Fred, do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Алло, Fred.
Hello, Fred.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Да, я слышу.
Yes, we hear you. If possible, I'd like to give you another question. If you hear translation now, if possible, we do not have much time in general for plunging too much into architecture, and auditorium is not well prepared for deep discussion. I like very much that in all your presentation there is a care about well-being of citizens. This is visible from services which you mentioned now. I have a question. There are citizens being quite elderly ones who's 70 plus. So for them, even in Moscow, it is quite difficult, even in Moscow, to get QR codes because they are not let's say, they do not communicate much with the technologies of remote access of computers. What will be with them? Will they be pushed out from smart cities to suburbs because they are not able to adapt themselves to digital world, or there will be service model through helpers who may somehow support and accompany such people in digitalized city? If I am 75 and I do not care about digitals.
Me in English, because I didn't have any translation about what you said. Just a few sentence questions. I think you recognize infrastructures. Can you ask me in English? Is it possible?
Yes, yes. Please go ahead. I'm very sad that there was no translation. We tried a lot.
Translation. Sorry for that. Perhaps in terms of infrastructure, you ask about infrastructures in terms of my city. My infrastructures, are on Microsoft Azure right now because they won the public tender. And Office 365 for email and technology for students, and also for video conference, which help us very nicely. We develop also fiber for all the safety and video protection camera. But with Azure, I think it was good because we're able to have really to be very reactive in a sense of when you have a lot and lots of data. There was no problem. So at this time, we're very happy about that. 6,000 lights, and we had to please switch English language in Zoom. I try because I'm with my mobile right now. Sorry for that. Sorry, I don't have any translation. Converser. No, sorry. Sorry, I don't have any translation options. So, but anyway, in terms of infrastructure, so now we have a hybrid infrastructures. From a side, from the police, in our server, we have a data center because, it's a confidential things with the police and Ministry of Interior, of course. And from the other side, from all the issues we have, like tags, like waste management, like lights, and so on, we're on Azure. And so the hybrid cloud allows us really to be able to respond to all the needs in a secure way with success.
Спасибо.
Thank you. Well, if it's possible, I would like to give the floor to Laurent. We know that you are dealing with 3D modeling for cities. You create simulators, and in this framework, you try to forecast the changes in the infrastructure and to forecast what will happen if there are some modifications. And the city has such a vivid 3D model. It is like a vivid organism. I think that this topic is very interesting, and you also deal with the virtual technology and virtual reality technologies. Could you tell us, those simulators, what can they help to do, and are their forecasts accurate enough, and what is the form of these technologies now?
Spasiba. Merci. Thank you for your invitation, and hello everybody. So yes, when we talk about simulation and hybrid or technology virtual, visualization is a real power for smart city. And if you would like, I'll share my screen to show you a few slides and video. I hope you see my screen. So, in an introduction.
Пока нет.
Not yet. We are not seeing your screen yet.
Да-да.
Now, yes.
Oh, yes. Okay. In an introduction, we can say that today all are well known with a smart city concept. When we say we are all agree to say how can we imagine to have an inclusive vision of the territory for smarter decision making and sustainable initiatives. And at the end, the question is how the technology and phase to climate change, phase to a limitation of natural resources consumption, and also at the end to limit our footprint carbon. So now how can we imagine that in 2021? And we say that today all are well known about the concept and we are very operational. The technology is ready or enough ready to imagine to work and to use the digital as a real key factor for better life and improved performance of city, but it's not enough. The two other pillars of smart city, as we already discussed, is that I say smart governance and smart business model. When we talk about smart governance, of course, we need to think how can we organize in public area and also in private area, and probably to have that we say a trust third party, because we have to aggregate all the data that we see in a digital twin of the city, of the territory. So we need to know who is in charge to manage this digital twin. The other things about smart governance is to sign public-private agreement with all stakeholders of the cities. Sometimes it means to create new kind of legal entity, public-private entity, and then to have enough confidence with all stakeholders. And the other thing is, of course, when we talk about confidence, we need to pay attention about the security and the cloud of security. More and more we see sovereign cloud. It means to be sure that all are in confidence to share data, and then to imagine the third pillar, I say smart business model, because smart city is not something expensive. It's a cost-saving action. For example, we can mutualize a lot of things. We can share a network. For example, in telecom, we see more and more network sharing for 5G and tomorrow 6G. And at the end, in fact, we have a virtuous economic cycle to combine a sustainable vision of the territory and all the data for new smart services. So over that this concept, let me give you a few examples. The first one is an example at campus scale. This is an example of Ohio State University in US. And at the beginning of this project, the goal is to create a digital twin, to aggregate any data of this campus. And the goal is to deploy heat, cool distribution energy to reduce the consumption of energy. But it's not like that. It's a 50-year contract for innovative public-private partnership. So one key I would like to share with you today is the time. We need time to imagine a new concept. We need to be in confidence between public and private stakeholders to imagine, to trial a new kind of life, of social life, of mobility, of work, and of services, smart services. So all of that need time and need best condition to imagine all together. Another example I would like to share with you is smart city approach at city scale. This is the case of Monaco, where we are creating a very accurate and realistic digital twin of this very dense city. It's 2 square kilometers for 28,000 people, and sometimes more with several events. As you see here, the first step at Monaco is to create a very accurate and realistic digital twin inside and outside buildings, of course, on secure cloud. And all these data are aggregated and used by all public-private stakeholders. Each element of this city are referenced. And as you see here, for example, we make some simulation about the lighting and then to see what are the comfort in the city. So we are very, very proud of this project because after 3 years, we have very good accuracy with very good information uniformized and used by all services, urbanism, real estate, communication, etc., etc. And also a local company have an access to this digital twin and then to imagine new kind of services. Now, if we come back in France, I would like to show you several digital twin and smart city projects at several scales in France. As you know, we talk about digital twin, but also we need a platform. We have a collaborative platform, a smart city explorer platform to analyze, to share, to explore, to simulate, and to visualize. Again, visualization is a real power to convince several different people working in real estate, working in urban planning, connectivity. And one key is, for me, maybe the most key, just before I talk about the time, I would like also to say, we need to see all in the same time. How can we imagine the city in the future? For that, we need to have all information in the same area and in the same time. Then all people can imagine what could be the future. So our goal is to see, for example, here, what could be the impact if we reduce the number of cars with more electrical car. Should we really reduce the air pollution, the noise, etc. In this case, for example, we have made some simulation of what could be the climate in 2030 with Météo France to help us to imagine what kind of heat island we can have in the city, and then how can we reduce it, and considering the age of people in the city, and then to anticipate some serious difficulties. So that's very interesting. In fact, that thanks to this kind of tools, we can make some simulation, test different scenarios, and train people, and then to be more ready faced to any issue, crisis, as we live for now 2 years with the COVID. It was very interesting to see this period. More and more people quickly understand that it makes sense to have this kind of tools to make quick decisions and then to explain all the benefits.
Laurent, спасибо.
Thank you very much, Laurent.
А можно короткий вопрос?
Could I ask you a short question, because I've looked at the case of Monaco and French cities and virtual reality. Don't you think that in some time the majority of people will refuse to go to other countries? Because why going to foreign countries if you can just put on your virtual reality mask and see the image of this city? And in this case, the tourism industry will be just killed, and the behavior of all the people will change even more. What do you think? Aren't we moving in this direction?
So your question is about how can we share information to people other than the city?
Нет.
No, Laurent, my question is not about sharing information. My question is the following. Now we have a virtual city, digital twin, which is very similar to reality. And a person for a person is now easier just to put on his or her virtual reality mask and not to go to the city. So why go into another city if we have this possibility? Don't you see here a danger, a threat to the tourism industry? And don't you think that it will change the behavior of all the people even more?
That's a very interesting question. It's in fact always the same between the old world and the new world. And to say, with new technology, could we increase or decrease the world? I would like to take the example of Monaco. As you know, this city organized Formula One, organized several events. And at Monaco, they have a interesting program. The name is Extended Monaco. And Monaco government quickly understand that thanks to digital, they can increase the notoriety of the city and then increase people to go to see the city in reality. It's a real teasing for people because, of course, that's important to project what could be in the future, but at the end, attractivity increase.
Thank you very much, Laurent. Thank you very much, Laurent. And we now pass to Maxim Yegorov, Deputy Minister of Construction of the Russian Federation. And my first question to Maxim is the following. You are now building houses, so these are capital construction, and I don't think that this sphere will change a lot in the nearest future. But at the same time, you are building the future. So how, taking into account the fact that all the cities will become smart cities, how do you base these solutions in your architectural and construction decisions? Because we are now dreaming about smart cities, but maybe we are just building in real life just ordinary 16-story buildings. So what has changed in the construction sphere? Good afternoon. I like very much our discussion, and I liked the question about tourism in Monaco, for example. We all love this city, and we would like to go back to Monaco after the pandemic. And all the cities are beautiful, and Moscow too. And we would like to invite everyone to come to Moscow once again. If we talk about smart city, it is true that each city should have its own image of a smart city and its own direction of development. And this is the base of our department project. If we talk about new construction, we have developed a complex plan of the territory development. It is a huge document which describes different directions and also the technologies of smart cities, and we recommend all the governmental entities to use this document to develop the plans of new territories. And, for example, we need to have an access to wide-band internet in every house. And we are now promoting the competition in this sphere. We are introducing also other modern technologies, and for example, each building should have its own sensors, which will be smart sensors and which will transmit data, and houses which are built and will be built should be smart, and the smart city elements will support our work here. I'm talking about the energy consumption and heat reuse, for example. We equip modern and new buildings, and we modernize existing buildings when we carry out capital construction works in the existing buildings. So this direction is developing rapidly. The territories and cities we have, and my colleagues from Rostelecom were working with me earlier. We were developing the project of a smart city, and now we're talking about a smart region, because we say that one region should not be different from one city should not be different from other cities in the same region. So that's why we have developed the so-called project Smart City. We are implementing it. This is our recommendation to use. We have 213 city participants. We have developed an IQ of the cities. So we increase the level of digitalization in the cities. It is good that we see a lot of results in the urban management. And we also introduce the digital twins of the utilities services of a city. We are a social state, and when we are taking different decisions, we need to take into account the opinion of our citizens. And for example, this year, we have introduced a unified online platform to choose public spaces, and we are analyzing the public opinion. We are analyzing what they think about the modifications. We carried out a poll, and there were millions of people who took part in this poll, and they voted for the development of certain territories in practically all the cities of our country. And that is the future, because further we will digitalize the process of decision-making. We see how our buildings and houses should be modified, and all the new construction should be related to the introduction of digital technologies in the urban development. We have a lot of projects related to smart lights and to have the green streets in some cities. Also the communal services sector. We introduce the notion of smart boiler or smart sewage system. We install smart sensors to calculate the volumes of water or heat consumed. But I think that the time is ahead of us, and the pandemic, which came last year, showed that we cannot do without digitalization, because there were different digital technologies of food delivery, for example, which were developed very rapidly. And it is great that it is possible to introduce such technologies. We are developing also in the framework of the strategy of development of the Russian Federation. We are developing typical solutions for smart houses, and we want this project to grow up to smart villages. And we will follow all the global trends and indicators in this sphere.
Maxime, thank you. May I ask you a second question? Traffic lights in the houses, smart houses, and suddenly you find multi-story storage house, and cyber criminals cracked the system. Who is guilty? What may we do? Everybody, all locks are open, robbery takes place. Who is responsible? What do you think about this type of threats?
Что хотел сказать? Действительно вопрос хороший.
Really, the question is good. When we conducted online voting, we fixed several thousands of attempts to crack our voting, to choose of active areas, to developing smart areas. This was all described by our companies, so it is necessary to describe how to say large digits ideology, which has been described by developers of the program. I think that it is necessary to ask developers and those who operate these cases and digital platforms. So we may also use personal data in unclever way, which may allow cracking the system and allowing opening locks, including the house where heat may not arrive to a house and it will be frozen. So the project, this is not so cheap. Thank you, Maxim. And I'm giving to Clemence Robin. I have a first question. We speak about different satellite technologies, but first question, which stays in my mind, what investments are they paid back while creating smart cities? Up-level evaluation. Is it worth doing it economically?
I thank you for having me today. We try to answer really quickly to that question. I think what we need to think when we are creating a smart city, whatever size the city is, big, intermediate, or really small, is which kind of goals we are pursuing behind and which kind of services we want to bring to our residents and citizens. Calculating a feedback on that, a financial feedback, will be easy and will be really high if we are considering not only the feedback on the financial part, but also the feedback that the citizen will give us has trust, has transparency, and also has construction on the territory. Because when the use case you are pursuing are clearly identified and shared in between all the territory residents, it will be easy to have adoption, will be easy to have inclusion, and will be easy to create added value, to create new services, for example, or to create attractiveness in the territory. So I think this is not the correct question. The correct question would be to have in mind which kind of use case I'm willing to implement in my territory and which kind of use case will be a really good added value for all the residents I have in my town.
Thanks. My second question, traditionally more complicated than first one. It is like this. You know that in the US in 2018, they adopted a certain act, Cloud Act, which which adopts the law that all data of IT giants need to be stored in the US. If you use some of the products, it happens that data of citizens from European smart cities will be stored on American territory. So, is there any understanding of the problem inside the European Union, or what solution are considered in this view? Do you know something about this?
Yeah, of course. We are a software publisher, so we deal with that question every day of the year. First of all, technology is an accelerator to reach a smart city model. So it is the main value is not to be a limitation to reach the relevance of a use case in a smart cities project. There are different ways to handle that question. First of all, it might not be a question, for example, for some city or some countries. So it's really easy. We can work with a huge cloud provider. We talk about Microsoft previously. We work with them a lot of time, but we can also find different kind of solution. On-premise solution can be a way. Another way will be the emergence of secured and private cloud in compliance with EU regulation and country per country regulation, especially for example, military law. We have that in France. I think 2 weeks ago, a consortium of enterprises and of companies, Microsoft is part of it, created a private public cloud only hosted in France and with a special secured workflows to make sure that the data is under control and handily regulated into the country. So I think this is a discussion each one needs to have with a city in order to design the correct architecture, the correct definition of where my data is going. At the end, the governance, the ownership of the data still remain on the town, on the territory, and the public authority. And we, technology providers, need to keep that in mind and to be able to create the correct ecosystem, inclusive ecosystem, to be able to serve the territory.
Thank you. In horrible miracle, in my horrible dream, I can imagine that somebody may intercept data and may start managing infrastructure, starting from traffic lights and heating of the houses in Moscow, let's say in January. No war required if city is frozen. And coming to the end of our discussion, I would like to give the floor to Alexei Shaposhnikov, chairman of the Moscow State Parliament. We call it Duma. We heard, we listened to many opinions, let's say, polar situations. For sure, you have a large program. What needs to be done, being a legislator, and in your personality, you need to be protector and a pillar in development. Tell me, please, what are plans of Moscow Parliament, Moscow Duma? How can we develop a smart city and develop rights of our citizens? Good afternoon. Very wide the question. You mentioned correctly that I'm the only representative of legislative power at today's section. My colleague is from Department of IT Technology, and he spread light on how far Moscow moved ahead in area of digital technology. At the previous urban forum, we discussed in details how this platform will work and how far Muscovites will participate in this voting, how far this inquiry will be eligible, and how solutions and decisions taken will be fulfilled. 8 years passed, and as of today, Moscow and Russia came to the stage in having informal electronic referendums, coming to cognitive electronic voting, even selecting representatives of the public powers. In 2019, Moscow Duma has been elected for new, and the technology of electronic voting has been used, which is absolutely legal. And next, the composition of the State Duma will be also elected in some regions through electronic voting. It is necessary to say that Moscow is the only region which will work using its own platform. Many thanks to Department of IT Technology, which takes direct participation in its creation and in work. If we speak about the second part of your question about protection of interests of Muscovites Everybody today mentioned the pandemic of coronavirus. Certainly, it forced us all have a new look onto situation which is concise in the world. All parliaments of the world, of regions, citizens face the problem of remote work of parliaments. So it is impossible to collect all deputies in single room, count them all. I'm not willing to boast, but I may say that Moscow City Duma is the only parliament in the world which fully shifted into digital remote work, preserving all regulatory norms required to fulfill complicated procedure for adopting laws. And during pandemic, Moscow State Duma, as other parliaments of the world, did not have right to stop operating because we were forced to adopt extraordinarily urgent decisions. My compliments to Department of IT Technologies, and we managed with their help to unite two systems, our system of voting and the system of data management, and we appeared in interesting technical collaboration which allowed to fulfill the law, stick to the legislation. It gives us ability to see deputies, give them floor, ask questions, but we do not stop on that. We continue moving ahead. Maybe this may listen as curious, but it is like this. In fact, I do not exclude that even during this sitting of one of the deputies will vote from satellite station. Now doubling team is being trained. He may be the first that will be launched into the satellite, and he will vote being in the satellite. In a space. Finally, satellite technologies came directly into our life, and Parliament of Moscow being one of them at near land orbit. Many thanks, colleagues. It seems to me that we tackled with many issues. Many thanks to speakers for wide presentation and responses. It seems to me that panel became quite interesting. But point in question, what will a citizen acquire in this smart city? It is premature to put the full stop, and for next forum we will collect many other issues, and we will gladly take part in it. Have a good day. See you. Goodbye. Да, вот просто какой порядок? Здравствуйте, меня зовут Игорь Бесчастный.
Good afternoon. My name is Igor Beschastny, and I represent the Bank VTB and the program interface. And I'm glad to welcome you at our session. Our session will be organized in the format of a roundtable where we will discuss the possibilities of export of Russian technologies. And for 2020, our export increased by 14%. It was 2.4 billion rubles in the mid of 2020, which is more than the volumes of export we had before. And we also need to note that all the other sectors are stagnating and are decreasing, even by more than 20%. So what technologies helped Russia to move and to develop this sector? What tools do we have for our development? We will discuss these questions with the participants in the studio and also with the participants who will take place, who will connect in a remote way. So we have today Alexander Borodich, Russian serial entrepreneur, VC investor and expert in innovations and blockchain technologies. Ilya Popov, chairman of board of directors from Riki Group of companies, will join us a little bit later. Vasily Ovchinnikov, counselor to the general director from the Russian Fund for the Development of Information Technologies, is with us today too. And Evgeny Kuznetsov will join us in a remote way. He is General Director from Orbita Capital Partners, and Sergei Gorkov, Chairman of Board of Directors from Rosgea company, is also with us. So I suggest we start from the mining sector. Sergei, please tell us how the development of digital infrastructure is being implemented in Rosgea and in similar companies, and what technologies, what digital platforms help you to tokenize the mines and the mineral resources, and what is the situation in Russia in this sector. Thank you very much for the possibility to take part in this forum, and this question is very interesting. So what Russia can export? It is very important to understand if we want to increase the volumes of non-raw materials export. We need to understand what we can export. And the question of services is the key one in this direction. Because at this stage we do not have a lot of things we can export in our machine building, but in the sector of services we have something to export. If we're talking about our digital developments and their promotion on the market, I think that Russia is a global leader with no doubt, and in geology too, because in 2020 we saw an increase by 60% in this sector, because we have a Russian geological school, which is the competitor to the Chinese, for example. Because in China such schools were organized by the USSR previously, and also in the US there are similar schools, but we can compete on our continent, and we even can be active leaders. Well, as for the digital sector, well, the notion of digital appeared not so long ago, but if we think about the development of computers, we need to think about two sectors. It is nuclear energy and military sector, and the second direction is geology. So these two sectors were in the beginning of the development of computer technologies. Why? Because it was the era of active oil production, and we needed to carry out a lot of seismic works, and that's why we needed a lot of models, and the development of this sphere helped to develop digital technologies and computer technologies. And now this trend is still visible, and the analysis of seismic data is a very important aspect for us. But there are two new parameters. It is, first of all, the possibility to use quantum calculations, because we're interested not in the existing form and in the processing of existing data, but we are interested in what we will have in 10 years' time. So that's why quantum calculations are very interesting here, and algorithms are the key elements here. So for us and for our global partners, this question is the key one. We also need to use supercomputers, because the volumes of information we have when we aggregate all the geological data is huge, and seamless processes are not possible to process even using big data. You know, we want now to analyze the whole Gulf region and its processes, and we have really huge volumes of information. And you are talking about a Russian computer. Yes, it is a Russian computer, and Saudi Arabia or other countries do not have such capacities. And we need not only the hardware, but also the intellectual resource, because the machine can process the data, but it is needed to present the information in the right way. And we use AI and big data to process geological information. I think that it is not a new thing, it is a standard trend. I would like just to highlight the trends that could be surprising for our colleagues, especially in such a complex and industrial sector as geology. The second trend we have is the combination of our production system with blockchain, because it is a very important thing. You know, geological processes are developed in different areas. It is not a plant, an ordinary plant, because we have very different processes, and we need to coordinate them to define our goals and tasks. So the combination of blockchain and our production system is what we are doing now, and it is not the question of one oil production installation. It is the question of hundreds of units of equipment, and in fact we are talking even about thousands of units of equipment. Another parameter we are calculating, and we are using, for example, other combined systems. Let's imagine what the space is. Space is vacuum and planets. What can we analyze on the moon? Can we analyze the fauna? No. Flora? No. Water? What can we analyze? We can search for natural resources, mineral resources. Yes, and mineral resources are geology. So if we're talking about the moon or Mars or about our ocean, You know, we have analyzed only 20% of our ocean, and our understanding is at the level of 10%. So this question of combination of several types of technologies is very important. We work with Roscosmos and with our partners who deal with ocean studies. And for example, if we want to organize different complex processes, for example, drilling at the depth of 6,000 meters, etc., and we manufacture unique robots, and we are now developing a new type of robots which will allow us to go down to 8,000 meters depth. And you understand that robots used on the surface of the Earth and robots used at the depth of 8 kilometers are very different ones, and the pressure is really different. And also the drilling installations we develop for the moon, for example, you understand that the conditions on the moon are quite different, and that's why we need to adopt a different approach to robotics. You know that the center that is functioning at our place, I'm talking about the combination of space technologies and other types of technologies. And from September, we will launch a very interesting unmanned machine, which is doing the photos using magnets, and we see a lot of potential for Africa, Asia, and other countries. So the first commercial contract is forecasted to be concluded in September of this year. We developed this technology in 2020, and no one has such technologies because other companies have small drones, and this is a big drone. And we also needed to have a drone with gas engine, gasoline engine. So we will conclude the first commercial contract in September, and this contract will be concluded not with the Russian company, so it is also a kind of export. And what about urban development and urban construction? Yes, I will answer your question a little bit later. I would like to talk about one more direction we are developing now. It is related to blockchain technologies. And first of all, we are talking about tokenization of geological assets. And prime ministers of two countries, of Russia and Kazakhstan, signed an agreement to create a junior exchange. And so now we are talking about tokenization as of a financial blockchain. And we think that the creation of blockchain exchanges is a very interesting direction. We think that Russia can create such a product that is not well understood by other ones, and in geological sector we didn't have it earlier. And this system will allow to synchronize different aspects. And in the geological prospecting and exploration, what are the most important questions? It is the financing of preliminary or early stages. And if we are talking about cities, you know that we need to drill First of all, before construction, and after all the calculations, we can start the construction. If we have bad calculations, you can imagine the results. We have a concept of creating a marketplace which would allow to coordinate this activity on the territory of the Russian Federation, and also to add new technologies which will accelerate this process, because sometimes engineering works are carried out later than they needed, and we also need to process all this information and to make conclusions, to make correct conclusions. In this case, we do not have just one right decision. All the experts from the construction sector know it very well. We are supported by the Ministry of Construction of Russia. We do not want to monopolize the sector, but we just want to create a marketplace which would allow to all the participants to take part in this process. It is very important for all the stages of construction and for all the types of construction. For urban construction, it is very, very important. Thank you very much, Sergey. I suggest we continue talking about blockchain technologies. Alexander, you are developing your own blockchain platform for 4 years now, and your protocol were the nucleus for BRICS calculations. How our platforms can help foreign companies, and how can we export the results of the intellectual work of our companies? Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the possibility to take part in this forum. I have prepared a short presentation to talk about what products, what digital products, and how we can export them. I would like to tell about it, and I will tell about blockchain too. I think that an ordinary businessman, entrepreneur in Russia does not understand what is the potential of such technologies. I think that digital export is the new oil for Russia. And you know, we will not export crude oil, but the intelligence of our developers. We will export our technological solutions. If you look at the schedule of any trends and transformations of any sector, you will see that all the trends are based on digitalization. So deep automation and reformation of all the processes in each industry. And if in the past we had plants, and now we have data centers, we had shops, and now we have electronic marketplaces, we had transport logistics, and now we have electronic delivery services of food, for example, etc. We do not use cash, we use electronic money, and I think that if digital currency, digital national currency appears, it will be even easier for banks, because we won't have NAT 60 or other indicators. So we had education in physical universities, now we have online education, and the digitalization is just the next step of automation. And we have robotization and artificial intelligence instead of work and capital by Marx. So that is what we do have, because Russian programmers are one of the strongest, or maybe the strongest in the world. So the solutions in each of these sectors require intellectual work. We can have a look at it from the point of view of economy. For example, earlier, one plant could produce a certain certain number of pipes. But now we can develop a digital application and we can sell it for 1 billion times. So it is very important to understand for all the entrepreneurs, if we are talking about different services and jobs, our resources for manufacturing and for developing are limited, but possibilities to sell it are practically unlimited. If you have developed a system which is functioning in the Russian Federation or in Moscow, it will function in Kenya or in the United States and in other parts of the world too. If earlier we had quite a lot of expenditures to reform our production plants, now it is different. So you say that Moscow can be such an expert center for validation of such technologies. Yes, I hope that Moscow will listen to us and will follow this model. And what are the reasons of this digital export?
This may be a platform for infrastructure, this may be computed data, all digitalization, finding itineraries may work in Moscow and in any other Russian city or anywhere in the world. The platform that may be exported and may work according to a service model. When Yandex may work in the Russian Federation and getting some money, certainly there will be a large algorithm, and this is the topic, what may be part of digital export. Some examples, United Arab Emirates, before the end of the year, they will shift all document turnover of the country into paper-free turnover. So they say this will economize $30 million only on paper. So this example will be followed practically by all countries. This transition will require tens and thousands of information systems, but nobody created them in the world. They are being created now. So our compatriots have ability to create them and export them, and Moscow Expert Center help them to export. So critical digital infrastructure, it is what we are doing now. We launched digital signature. This solution is applicable in any other country in the world. Any solution which you export, this is box-like solution. For example, digital passports of documents. So solution which is used to digitalize document and passport will be maybe sent to other country. For example, we have marking of any good. We may track how goods travel from farm to shop. So this is problem in a digital world. And without any link to geography, such digital platforms are easily tracked and exported and maybe used in any link, any chain of supply. I will miss some examples. For example, digital passports. For example, QR codes to visit restaurants. So information is aggregated from different sources of information, medical, the diary, or it has no different from any goods which has been reviewed in previous examples. So practically all processes will be converted into digital form. May we say that digitalization will lead to change of processes? It will have impact on our life. Certainly, we have right to visit. Will come to the end in 5 days because I have a fresh QR code received at Gosuslugi. This is temporary password. I did not make any effort to receive this temporary pass because in a center where you have given your analysis, they have a system sending this information into another platform, and I automatically receive a QR code. The next version of the application, some 2 days later, it will disappear, and after some time, I will have to pass another test or get another QR code. So digitalization will appear. Finally, we'll come to mobile internet applicable to pay travel. There will be all data about a citizen. There will be aggregated digital passport. Once Sergei Nikolaevich has spoken, mentioning a project in the United Arab Emirates, it is necessary to understand that digitalization of a resource, this is not a self-purpose. Self-purpose is a rearrangement of chains of supply to computation and settlement of payments. When a ship from São Paulo, Brazil, is going to United Arab Emirates, sugar owner, when he reloads goods onto barge, on this moment when goods are put on board of barge, he will get digital passport of his sugar, and we earn a penny on every stage. He may sell this sugar at stock of United Arab Emirates, not waiting until the end of digital chain when the ship comes and it is unloaded. So all business changes. If seller sends goods, he will get full pay. All procedures expedite. The same is applicable to another resource which has been mentioned. We have a potential resource, how it may be financed. We have venture investors ready to bear risks, but now they do not have instruments, how they may send their monies to this project. So city may help you somehow. No, city may help, but some elements of the structure are not sufficient. First of all, it is necessary to get the digital passport of a natural resource, of a person getting right to get a message about a resource. He needs to have the right being paid for it. This will be certain warranty. This is modern streaming of a resource coming from field. So when a resource is produced from land, he will have to produce his right and pays a certain amount of money. He will get oil or gold or anything else. Today there is no stock, for example, Eurasian stock, or in Emirates another one will appear, and in Moscow unfortunately there is no such stock which will have potential of a mechanism, or it may be compared to its turnover to London stock of metals having turnover of 13 trillion of pounds. So now we speak about potential, this is not potential. It is necessary to create regulatory ground, so such mechanisms need to appear. But basic notion, citizen of the Russian Federation being in Moscow may not easily get the right for natural resources, getting a right for natural resources not being produced yet. So it is necessary to create a stock exchange, and young engineers need to be involved. Easiest example, mobile application, for example. We have many digital painters creating every day very beautiful digital articles for computer games or pieces of digital art. And this digital art in modern world will be converted into self-sustaining goods when every copy is sold, or digital system for payment settlements. So digital artists will get an occasion, if he has a marketplace, sell his work all over the world, and he will become normal painter, which he was not able to be earlier. But traditional art, in fact, when every picture Russian museum is digitalized and 10 copies are sold through auction, the picture will be in the museum, but at the same time Russia will receive a site through which and Russian art will be multiplied and sold all over the world, and then permanent money inflow due to sales of these pieces of art. It is difficult to perceive it, but digital world is coming. Is it possible that such assets have a large potential? Certainly. So scope of sales is growing from day to day. This is for sure trend. Ilya will speak more about it, but myself, as an operator of digital platform is popular, sales are growing. As of today, potential roof is not yet available, so tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars. Responding to your question, what we may ask from the city, which make in a qualitative way change situation with the Russian digital export, creation of certain digital bazaar, when any citizen, any company from any country of the world may buy and sell, conclude contracts, pay with digital money, pay taxes for digital assets, because not all regulatory basis is ready. It is necessary to create some digital economical zone, and these need to be allowed. So the state need to see that they have single window through which they may work. If you are in London, then through Moscow, as a single gate, enormous money will go to digital world and will get more and more digital monies. And this money need to go through Moscow or through any other Russian region. What Moscow has additional reserve? Why namely Moscow? Moscow may be like this point because in Moscow it has good support of small and middle-sized business, and being supported by this help, theoretically this is possible. This may be easily done rather than in some small regional towns. Thank you. And today we have Ilya, who is a representative of one of the industries of Russian economy, actively being presented at foreign markets. He sold more than 7, Smishariki has been sold to more than 70 countries, to China, Latin America, US. Ilya, many thanks for content, and we admire your cartoons. For example, technology of blockchain. Do you plan to send your serials, your popularized technology for small and middle-sized business for children who will do this kind of business in future? Many thanks. I will not fully agree with Vasily, because my view is maybe specifically interesting to listen to it, how and why it develops. If we speak about our company and the thing we are doing, and the company is existing more than 20 years, creating digital products, creating personages, balloons, which are created using animation, and they are beloved by millions of children all over the world, and this is the very message which says that we do not create anything, expect digital persons, so digital heroes Maybe easily converted, they may pass boundaries of the world. For sure, we plan and we are going towards this end very actively. And revolution which takes place in the world led to stocks, to assets, which becomes the most bright thing which toward which many companies are going. So everything related to so-called collectible things of our whole heroes, we plan to use blockchain through licensing of our product, going in the correct direction. And speaking about myself personally, we very actively, I shifted on to interesting direction for our activity of animation and in general with digital art, which exists quite long, and many authors who work in the company are included into this work. Artists, animators, drawers are involved into this work. They create all this in digital format. It was very difficult to form value of this product, the cost of which may be clear, understandable, regarding authenticity. And this is, in fact, this took place right now. Not everybody is ready to understand this completely, and for many companies in Russia, putting into action part of their market creating projects, this will give them good occasion to sell their products, especially when we speak about digital resources. May you give some pieces of advice? What helped you? Or work is labor is required, but with no difficulties you would not be successful. Maybe you had difficulties at some other markets with delivery, for example. You know, from the very beginning, in principle, we have taken a decision that we will be involved in the project which we like ourselves, in which we trust, for our children, and not trying to play with the notion, okay, we are doing something for children, and which need to be interesting to our children. Certainly we face some adaptation abroad with balls and balloons, and this is a unique Russian product which initially, for the first time in modern Russia, if we look onto our story, we had the cartoon "Ну погоди." It was serial series, but this is not 2080 series, and it was a project which made something like a hooligan movement, and we continue experimenting with genres and auditorium, and it may be difficultly adapted abroad because everybody got used at everything. If it is a project, it is oriented towards certain auditorium. At least while speaking to different projects, it became a unique, but it did not impede us in going abroad with our product. For example, the problem was very little in China because our project is most popular among Chinese viewers, and our distribution is very successful. And this is a good indicator of our success. And balloon was initially prepared to be used inside and outside. And after getting certain experience, the project was launched successfully both in Russia and abroad. Do you have any change? Do you have any other orientation? Is Russia still the main market for you? Russia, from point of view, a really good question. That the issue of the related to tendency, if we speak about not only about our company but all the world media market, certainly it was tracked quite clearly when you work for Americans or for Koreans. Now, in fact, many projects which were successful and launched and developed successfully, they launch as global. At the same time, they keep cultural identity, and in different countries, they really like it. For example, we have enormous number of successful projects being global, but at the same time, identity continues staying. Even from point of view of commercial, it is attractive and profit-making to keep identity, and it is even stressed once we thought to make projects being made here and now. We continue working and promoting our projects ahead. Ilya, thank you. As I understand, for Russian companies, if from point of view of identity, potential is quite large, and growth of our deliveries abroad is quite significant. My question to Vasily: we have quite large scope of measures taken by the government and the state, including latest decrees of the government to support export initiatives. What measures of support is adoptable and affordable to Russian companies? Thanks enormous for your question. I will change the context because, as distinct from my colleagues, we have only 2 years of development on 15th of July, and during these 2 years we are already in the so-called third form, and reform has been titled Reform of Institutes of Development, together with Skolkovo and ex-Russian Expert Center. We shifted to be under auspice of VTB Bank, which plays a role of support and stimulating of IT. We all, in these 2 years, we had one singular product, grant. We were developers and enterprises who want to implement our solution. And it is necessary to say that important indicator, being a guest at Moscow Forum, we wanted to implement our project. It is supported with grants. And according to my view, approximately 24 projects coming from Moscow and only 11 from Skolkovo residents or others located in other clusters or registered in Moscow. Expert, this is an important topic for us, topic for future. And now in the framework of the reform mentioned, so-called share company Rosinvest has been liquidated to stimulate export component in large country and to increase export delivery inside the country. We had the products similar done by everybody, stimulating the export, and we are now in the process of developing these measures of support, which being oriented by common sense, thinking how it works. We try to find narrowly oriented measures which will support export, together with the Profile Association, Valentin Makarov, and Lashin and RFP, and everybody who hear us and see us, we invite you to take part in developing of this position. What I may say for sure, this is Ministry of Digital Development and Trade Ministry agreed that in Russia service and people will appear which will be called digital attaché. They are people who will work with promotion, and we have pilot projects and we will try to move towards this direction. So colleagues from Skolkovo have good experience and ideas which may be successfully implemented. So now we're in a good place, and export of IT is very important for the country, and we have only 2% of the market, but IT allows us to sell much more than 2%. So psychological movement is also being a developing company, and we see future, and we invite everybody in development of such measures. Maybe you may say what Russian technologies currently have large export potential which didn't come yet to this market.
I'd better talk about success stories of Russian companies, and I think that you need to follow their example. Even the president knows Kaspersky. I think that it's really a very well-known Russian IT label. There's also the IB company. Ilya Sachkov is selling their solutions and their software on foreign marketplaces with a lot of success. My colleagues also said to me that one of our winners, company My Office, you can have different approaches towards this company because it is something similar to a Russian cloud package. They got a sellout to Burundi for 230 million rubles. So is this the first similar contract? I do not know, I'm not sure. But in Russia there are a lot of game-related services related to games, video games, and the Russian developers are dealing with huge volumes of games sold all over the world, Google games, etc. And these are the same developers as the developers which are dealing with other types of software. And there are other companies which are not so well known. They are our winners, and we will talk about them for them to become a role model for young people and even for the companies which have been functioning on the market for a long time. Evgeny Kuznetsov is also with us in a remote way. Can you hear us, Evgeny? And can you hear me? Yes. Well, we have talked about the developments we have and the potential Russian companies have, but could you name the technologies which today are out of reach, but in which Russia has a lot of potential, and what global problems could be solved thanks to our potential? Thank you very much for your question. I would like to talk about the place of Russia in a modern global economy, because I'm more used to talk not about the paradigm of import and export, but about the global character of Russian businesses and about the possibility to act in a global way, being located in Russia or in Moscow, for example. And here we have our advantages and disadvantages, our strong points. For example, we thought that we have a very strong mathematical program in school, but quite weak competences related to business management. But some time ago, we have seen that Russian business management competences, and I'm talking now about Russian delivery services, for example, this is what is very valuable. And now London, Japan, and other cities and companies copy the experience of our delivery services. And there are even more companies which are planning to create such delivery services. And we see that our Russian experience in this sector is one of the best one in the world, as well as our Russian model of financial payments and the organization of financial transactions in the city. The system is very modern, and all the tourists would say that maybe only China has a more modern system of financial transactions. But in other countries, even developed countries, they have such systems as we had 3 years ago. So we have business competences and technological competences, and they can be global. As my colleagues have said today, Alexander and other colleagues, they were talking about what we are doing on the global level. Where do we have a lot of potential in Russia? Well, of course, we need to use the competences of our mathematical school and the School of Artificial Intelligence. I think that we are among top 3 or top 5 of developers and markets for artificial intelligence. We are looking at this market in a very active manner, and for example, Botkin Eye, if we look at verified tests, we see that this company is among top 3 companies, or even at the same level as Google, who is the leader in this sector. I'm talking about detection of complex medical cases. So we see that this company has a lot of potential on the global market, and they are now signing global contracts and starting to work on global partnerships. There is another company, Budget. It is developing software for robots, and it is more interesting in the economical way. And these are unique developments because there are no analogs in the world of this quality and of this price. So Russian developments are among the top ones. We may say the same thing about the potential in entering new markets. For example, the market of the energy transition. It is evident that Russia needs to take its important place in this market because we need to compensate the decrease in the oil sector, because if we do not compensate such losses, we will have a lot of problems. And we need to enter the market of new energy vectors and new energy models. We now try to enter the market of hydrocarbons, but this market is not solid now. There are a lot of other topical questions related to deliveries of materials and fabrication of accumulators and batteries. Russia has quite a lot of potential in this domain, and also the potential in this sphere of geology. But sometimes we lack competences, and we do not have solutions in some spheres. So that's why we need to cover this gap. There is one more topic which may seem a little bit paradoxical for Russia. We need to move from fines for emissions to quota markets, quota sales. So, and we need to think about the possibility to export the carbon quotes, and we need to think about this market of CO2 emissions, because this industry will be comparable in the nearest future with the oil sector. And here we have quite a lot of potential. And from the point of view of this potential, how can we develop it, and what can a city do to support these developments? What types of support measures are you waiting for? Do we need new developers? Do we need new approaches? Do we want the regulator to do something? Well, we need to think about the whole range of different measures. We have said today that city is very important and useful for technological enterprises as a pilot site for introduction of their solutions and as a pilot site for the implementation of their solutions, because it is practically impossible to enter the market if you do not have some practical, real installations. So that's why sometimes Russian companies, even if they have quite a lot of potential, afterwards they lag behind Western companies. So it is quite easy to do such tests on the basis of Moscow, for example. And when we talk with my colleagues from the sector of electrical transport or drones, we saw this problem in Moscow, and Moscow government was ready to legalize drones, but the federal government was not ready to do this. Drone transportation of people, of passengers, drone deliveries. To make these things possible, we need to start the process of legalization, and we can say the same for all other disruptive markets. So I think that we have two key competences which are needed for Moscow. First point is a so-called Institute of Long-Term Forecast and Planning. I'm not talking about the legal structure, but I'm just talking about the fact that we need to have a long-term plans of urban development. For us to understand that, for example, in 10 years, Moscow should be in top 3 or in top 5 among the cities with drone logistics and drone transportation. Once we formulate such goals, we will be able to implement them, because now we are feeling this pressure of the market, and we are trying to develop something, but it is not the ideal scenario. And the second point, we need to increase the volumes of the venture market, because we lack money for the early development of different projects. Our gap in comparison to the US and China markets are 30 to 50 times, so it is a huge gap. And we need to talk about the system of capitalization of existing venture funds, and Russian investors should have more confidence in the Russian market, because now Russian investors are investing in technologies and funds in the US, in Israel, in other countries, and they are more active there than in Russia. And second thing, we need to increase the volume of budgetary investments in venture capital funds. So we need to go through public companies, through budgets of big cities, and that's how we can influence on innovations. We can talk about the example of a Chinese cluster. I will omit the name of this cluster because it is too difficult, but the economy of this cluster is comparable to a big European city at least. And this Beijing technological cluster had a whole range of venture capital funds in Silicon Valley to support Chinese technologies in China and also to export Chinese technologies to the global market. And so it is very important to achieve such levels of globalization. Thank you very much, Evgeny, for your comment. We can say that Russian IT market has a lot of potential because all the speakers have said this, and we are already implementing this potential. Moscow contributes a lot to this potential. We have said that the share of Moscow is very important, and we can highlight the measures which are implemented by Moscow as a region. All the Russian companies which are now exporters and successful exporters, they have the access to different services on the website mos.ru. Enterprises could ask for financial support in the framework of their existing projects. There are several non-financial support measures and consultations, for example, and other types of measures when at marketplaces and in the framework of expert missions our enterprises can get the support they need. So Moscow has a lot of different actions and measures to support export and enterprises in general. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, for our session, and I would like to wish a lot of success to all of you, because this topic of development of the export sector is quite difficult. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, dear friends. We continue the program of Moscow Urban Forum, and today we will speak about construction economy. And it is very important to present our guests with whom we'll speak about most important topics in area of creative industries. But before I start, maybe it is important to say that as it is known, 2021 has been titled Year of Creative Economy, Creative Industry, and it is very interesting to us to speak from point of view of urbanism, from point of view of cities development, how creative industry will develop, how will it influence onto economy and vice versa. And today's topic of the forum is cities superstars, and it has been determined by founder of creative industry in 2007, and it is interesting, namely in this year Moscow Urban Forum took this into his slogan. So I'm very much willing to present our speakers, Mr. Lugnikov, Head of Entrepreneurship of Development of Moscow Government, Valentina, their Marketing Director, Sergei Desatov, Director General of Art Play, Star Paper, Director of Creative Economy of University, and our Director of John Hawkins, author of book Creative Economy and Counselor to Creative Economy Development to United Nations. And we have a well team so as to speak about what we are waiting for in the area of creative industry. I did not present myself. I'm the head of Creative University, and I will try to make it interesting to moderate today's session. Today, significance of creative industry is not neglected by anyone, but if we speak about what industries relate to it, and most important, what need to be done periodically to help, or maybe what support is not required to them. Sometimes a large number of questions come up in Russia. What is it, creative industry? Till now, we make it under big question mark at different levels in area of creative industries, and it seems to me that a couple of years ago there was a feeling that it has been found creative industry somewhere in the beginning of pandemic. Creative industry received the self-identification because creative industry was not determined as self-sustained sector, but till now much interesting questions are available. And I'm willing to start with first of all with the Department of Entrepreneurship of Moscow. You have enormous, maybe the largest experience in Moscow, because you work with the state structures. I have a wish to start this speech. We have a large scope of issues. What do you think in 2020? System support to business has been declared, and creation agency of creative industry, which was given task to create system support to business. In 2020, different measures of support were declared, including training of personnel, acquisition of equipment, and so on. So, certain period passed. What is your evaluation? How far this work, or does it work? What is the destiny of creative industry? How you evaluate the initiative, and how creative business managed to survive in the pandemic? It is interesting to listen to your opinion. Good afternoon, colleagues, friends. Many questions. I will try to be laconic, to speak about what happens regarding cooperation of business in Moscow. And in fact, as you mentioned correctly, we started counting, and as of today, thanks to Supreme School of Economy, we have something to start with in Moscow. More than 100,000 businessmen. This almost seventh part of businessmen of Moscow with enormous input into economy. Regarding turnover, enormous input from point of view of employment of people in the creative industry. So for this reason, no doubt that Moscow government start working with creative entrepreneurship. Last year, some measures were taken. Agency of Creative Industry was founded, and most importantly, the framework of this agency, Expert Council appeared, and more than 50 esteemed, honorable members of different creative industries became members of this council, and representative of every industry is available in the council. And this allows us to agency of creative industry and to department to coordinate, develop measures of support, take into account measures of opinion of professionals, of expert society. So first step has been made, and we communicate with them on a regular basis and look what is required, and what we get for them, we get feedback. Responding to your question, do we succeed in doing everything? We have many ideas, many projects, and some of them have high popularity in creative industries. Some require redevelopment quite seriously. We understand it well. Most important, dialogue is established, and today supreme value is for us. If we speak about vectors of support from the Moscow government, then we highlight for ourselves several blocks. First block, infrastructural support, and I'm willing to say separately that as of today in Moscow we have historically allocated clusters, successful clusters which develop every year, and for the city this is development of business in this area, development of ideas, implementation of creative capabilities, and for us this is occasion to cooperate in one place with representatives of different businesses of Moscow. So for this reason, no doubt that last year we launched a pilot project to create creative technical parks. Till now it is only one, but there are issues, there are difficulties to implement this project, but I think that mostly important, the dialogue is arranged with creative clusters, and we know for sure that thanks to this dialogue we may help clusters and we may take part in implementation of projects. But no doubt that today we have different approaches to creative areas, and we have some areas in Moscow where some facilities of infrastructure which may use creative space, and we look into this direction, so every Muscovite have occasion to implement his capability and develop infrastructural facilities. And this relates to infrastructure. I am willing to say separately about another project almost ready to be launched, and there is an opinion softly saying picture related to coronavirus infection and pandemic in general, so we wait and we will be first creative center to be founded in, and very soon at city level we may start using facility at city level when a businessman may come to it and get complex support, and there may be ideas, and we know for sure that this is highly required. Next block, I will say shortly what we are doing regarding promotion. This is huge demand from businessmen asking to help with new markets, with the customers. Enormous projects are implemented in this area. Exhibitions are made, and through this will help to the industry and try to present Moscow as world capital of creative industry. Just recently we applied for Moscow be considered as innovation and mission, and we have collective stands both in Russia and abroad, and this we pay much attention. Financial support is used to compensate expenditures for training. They are compensated by Moscow government to creative industry. If you pay attention, that we all know Moscow as capital, where many festivals, exhibitions, fairs take place, and businessmen compensate their expenditures for participation in these festivals and exhibitions. Education is a separate block of work for us, and we have enormous demand for educational projects. There were many workshops, and we all know that Moscow is one of the most cool places where many movies are made in Moscow. We launched Accelerator of Creative Industry, Accelerator of Movies for scenario writers, for film directors who want to earn money thanks to their capabilities, and we'll help them. Analytics, one of the last blocks where there is a demand for researches made by Supreme School of Economy. This is not sufficient, and we want to conduct several researches inside different industries, so as every businessman, both working along and beginning, may construct, build up their businesses using team efforts, take into account realities where industry lives, with the focus on future. I mentioned only briefly directors of activity of Moscow government regarding support of creative industry, and I'm ready to answer questions. I have a question which is for sure related to creative cluster. We'll speak about integration of what is done by industry, and also there is a question related how in general infrastructure of the city, which is spoken much, adapts itself to creative industry and vice versa. You should speak about not about creative clusters which received the status or did not receive it, but they applied for it. And so if you speak about another infrastructure in the city, how do you see it? As of today, there are some motions towards projects which are made by Moscow government, for example, Technograd, Techno City, where we have facilities which may be implement, where an agency of creative industry jointly with Technograd implements projects to apply creative potential, and there is also a demand from the industry to use infrastructure where we do everything possible to bring good and benefit for businessmen. Moreover, I said already that today, beside creative clusters, we have sites to develop businessmen who are spread all over the city, and we are willing, in the framework of pilot project, to think about a mutual project so as give occasion to Muscovites not going far away from Moscow to implement their creative abilities, and most important, through department trying to teach guys how they monetize their capabilities using investors, and we work with them closely. Thanks a lot. Then I'm willing to address our colleagues who are interested in our meeting, and they may ask questions online. I will readdress them to our speakers. Many thanks to you, and now we shall continue discussing it with large number of initiatives wishing to implement it on Moscow territory. There are separate categories where young specialists and professionals work, and it is extremely interesting to us to understand how things will go in Moscow. I am willing to shift to another speaker, Joe Hawkins, author, bestseller dedicated to creative economy, where he is the counselor of United Nations regarding creative economy. We are very glad to get acquainted to you, John. Please tell us about how pandemic had impacts onto creative economy in the world, because no doubt that once we speak about creative industry, we always speak about global trends, and local trends are important, but it is interesting to listen to your view, what tendencies you observe now, what changed with pandemic, and we discussed several factors. This is a readjustment of different projects when people were going to visit offices different daily basis, or redistributed teams, how it works in the creative industry. Do they continue working in the same format? Because in fact many companies shifted for this kind of operation. It is interesting to listen to your opinion. What is the status of creative industry? What perspective you see in future? What in general may be stressed now from world practices? What interviews were conducted to conduct a creative industry in your country?
John, do you hear me?
Oh, hello, yes, yes, I can.
Okay.
Yes,
great.
I can hear you.
Please, can...
Is it my...
Yeah, can you hear me in Russian language or doing in translation?
No,
Слышали вы меня по-русски?
Have you listened to me when I was speaking Russian or not?
Sorry,
Okay.
I didn't speak Russian, but do you want me to speak now? Sorry.
Great. Can I talk in English? It's okay.
So I picked up from what, there's a lot of echo on the noise. I picked up from what you said that creativity is very much an urban phenomenon and a city phenomenon. And I completely agree with that. It's more, in a way, it's more of a city phenomenon, a city activity, than it is a national activity. And the future of creativity is being driven by cities more than by countries. And recently, last week at the Nanjing Tech Week in China, I introduced the idea of a leader city, which is a city that leads in its area of expertise and talent and skill, and that other cities look up to as a test bed, if you like, for the way that they could do their own industries, their own activities. And the question facing, I think, all major global cities like Moscow is Moscow a leader city in this area? And if that is the case, which industries is it going to be a leader city in? In terms of where we are with the creative economy over the last year or so, it's been overall mostly bad news, particularly in the areas of culture, performance, and some media which have required travel and physical interaction. They've had a really rough time, and it is continuing. In other areas, in digital online, the damage is much less, and those will recover much more quickly. We forecast 2022 will be a recovery, not quite to pre-pandemic levels, but very close, particularly in America and China. I've listed, and I'm not sure if my slide is showing, I've listed 5 drivers of growth as we come out of the pandemic. And one of them, which I think is probably the most important, is that there's a reset of attitudes. There's a new set of attitudes and behaviors about how we relate to people, whether they're our family, our colleagues, our work friends, our companies as well, and to offices. And in a way, we are examining those as never before. And the lockdowns that took place in almost every country have been the biggest experiment in the way we might work in the future that there's ever been. There's a willingness to experiment. There's a willingness to try new things. There's also, I think, a willingness to try those things not only in our own creative industries, but in the public sector, even in government, new ways of governance, new ways of trade as well. There's evidence of quite a wide-ranging and very ambitious reset of attitudes. There's a shift away from education to learning. This is a big topic, but I'm very committed to it. There's a shift away from formal education in institutions towards self-determined learning. And there's a shift away from strategy towards personal concepts, personal approaches. Artists don't do strategy. No successful artist I know of in whatever field has ever had a strategy. They don't work like that. And the pandemic has showed this very, very clearly. And we have to acknowledge this, looking at the broader level of the general economy. I want to, since I was asked to put some ideas down for you, I've had some further thoughts. This is a very fast-moving situation. So I want to add just some conclusions, which I think echo what you said earlier. The first is that the creativity, which was, as you say, identified very much with culture, and then the cultural industries, and then the creative industries, and then my favorite term, the creative economy. We now recognize that creativity is everywhere, if you want it to be. It's a mindset. Creativity is a mindset, and if you have the mindset, then you are creative. And I'm very struck, actually, by the contrast between the extraordinary imagination and talent and determination and challenging of the accepted ways of doing things we've seen in the medical, scientific, technological, and pharmaceutical world over the last 12, 18 months. And the contrast with the world of culture and arts and performance, which has not responded in the same way, not responded with the same energy, not responded with the same imagination. And I think that's worth pondering on why that is. We need going forward, we need, I think, a new economics. The current economic theories, the current practice of most economists, the current economics data that we have, the current government policies based on that economic data, has not led us to understand really what is the individual, social, economic quality of creativity and innovation. We need, this is not just to do with the artists or the entrepreneurs or the investors, it's to do with everybody. Economics has not yet fully understood the nature of human talent being the main driver of society and of economics. There's a move in the UK to think about the future of the term creative economy. And a lot of people are suggesting, well, actually, it's the first human economy. It's the first human economy. It's not based on land or labor, mass manufacturing. It's not based on capital. We may need those at some stage, but they're no longer the primary assets. They're no longer the assets that define the economy. What defines the economy is human talent, human imagination, and that quality, personal, mysterious quality of creativity and innovation. And I think the people doing it understand that. The investors, some of them get it, some of them don't. It's difficult. This is not easy stuff. It's difficult, but they have to get it if their city is going to develop, and governments have to help them to do that. So what my dream is, if you like, is that some cities around the world, we all have our own candidates, some cities around the world will use this extraordinary moment to develop a human economy, the first ever human economy based on human talents and humanity, to drive forward creativity and innovation. And in a very wide area, not just in culture, but digital, creativity, innovation as well. They are getting so close together. It's creativity that drives innovation. And that we will then, as a result, have a better understanding of how creativity can enhance the quality of life in a city such as Moscow, other cities in Russia. I have a particular fond experience of Yakuts. Many cities in Russia are latching onto this, and I think it's very exciting. So although I started with a few pessimistic ideas and facts about the hit we've all suffered, I'm optimistic about the next few years, about the possibilities, and about our awareness. I think there's a general awareness of the possibilities, and the sense that this is a moment to make that rather important change to a new recognition of creativity and innovation. And you're talking about investments. I mean, the investment opportunities are immense, and they're being recognized. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. It's really a pleasure to hear your activities, and for me it's very, very important to share this experience to Russia. It's very important. Okay, we have a question, I think, yeah, because Sergey wants to ask you about some question. Yeah.
По-русски спрошу, можно, я думаю, что...
I will ask a 10 question. I hope that you will listen to the interpretation. So, first of all, thank you very much for your speech, because we were really pleased to listen to your global view of this problem. And you have talked about China during your speech, but the Chinese regime, as far as I understand, in the UK and in Western countries, is considered as a totalitarian regime. Could you tell us what is the influence of a totalitarian regime on the creative industry in China, and do you think that it can infringe the development of the creative sector?
Нет перевода.
No translation?
There is no translation, unfortunately. Do you need translation? Okay, we have a question about, you have the translation about the, sorry guys, I have to, we have a question about the about China, because your example about the a lot of activities in creative economy and creative industries in China, which is really active now. What do you think about the about the regime in the China? Because it's an interesting example, because it's well in a lot of European countries, for example, in the UK as well, the China is qualified like a totalitarianism regime. What do you think about the creative industries in China in this area? What examples can you provide to us, maybe, because for us it's very important to understand how these different regimes and creative economy, which is very open and active and integrate to the global market, could work. What do you think about it?
Thank you. Yes. I've been going to China a lot over the last 15, 16 years, and I think the Chinese often ask me, what is creativity and how do I be creative? And I realized over the years that if I'm talking with a designer, a filmmaker, which are the areas or visual arts, which are the areas I probably know most about, that the conversations I can have with people in China are pretty similar to the conversations I would have with someone in London or LA or anywhere in Europe. So at that level, the spirit, the aesthetic, the talent, and the ambition is the same. I mean, it's equivalent. The difference between the cultures that are broadly based on the European Enlightenment, on individual freedoms, and those countries are not, like China, is at what point do you evaluate your ideas according to what benefits society? In the West, we give total freedom to the artists to do whatever they want. We like that, and we may agree with what they do, we may not agree with what they do. We like the fact that they are creative. We think that act of creativity it has value in itself, not only in artistic terms, but in social terms. And in China, the sense of, or the question rather, the question of whether or not what I'm doing is beneficial to society, that question kicks in at a much earlier stage. So the Chinese can be, and are, as creative as anybody else. And in some areas, like online banking, they are ahead of virtually anybody else. Their online activities, partly because historically they didn't have many platforms, they didn't have recording platforms, so the music went online very early. Banking was not quite as widespread, so online banking went ahead very early. And what 2 or 3, 5 companies are doing in China with online banking and communications is astonishing and is further developed and more sophisticated than anything that I'm aware of coming out of Europe or the US. And that is clearly socially beneficial. It's very inventive. It's very creative. I have tried over the years, and the British government has tried, and other European governments have tried, and the Chinese government has tried to bring together these two groups, if you like, at the individual level and the company level. And that's been a growing movement. And I hope, and I think that will continue. The problems in the global trading system generated by Brexit, by certain governments in Europe, certain governments in America, have made the international trading system unstable. This is not a good idea. I'm a great believer in free trade. And I think that is a threat to the exchanges between a collaboration partnership between Europe and China. So I maintain my optimism.
Thank you so much, John. I think we're all looking for very optimistic. We're looking optimistic to the future. We're looking to the future, very optimistic, I think. Thank you. We're going. Дорогие друзья, мы идем дальше.
Dear friends, we are going ahead. So please, I would be glad to give the floor to Sergei Desyatov, and I will start asking him questions. It seems to me that it is an interesting discussion because we look onto a creative economy from different points of view. And now we speak about creative economy and the creative industry. So we go up bringing up level of discussion. It is interesting to me to speak about creative clusters. We negotiate much on this topic because we are located on territory of art play. When our university went to lockdown, we had a complete story having many users, clusters. They went out from cluster, and it was very interesting and alarming to observe how clusters manage that everything is going to online. So what value is presented by a creative cluster after pandemic set back a little bit, and everybody became missing this communication which were switched off. How do you look at it, and in which way clusterization will develop? How online had influence on it, whether use of cluster changed how consumer may change. Maybe you can mention some stories, age stories. Please, the floor is yours. For the beginning, I would like to go upwards with creative quadrocopter, because we're at the level of urban forum, and it seems to me that while coming back to the context of a city, it will not do us any harm, because we must speak about creative industries in general. And in fact, problematic is city-related, star cities. Why they are stars? And why cities required now under condition when practically any service may be received online? Why is it necessary to be collected in a city and infect each other with coronavirus, where we may go away to our beautiful small Russian towns, get fresh food, clean air, and do the same. So why is it necessary to be in a town, in the city? A response to this question lies in the area of creative industry developments, because as distinctive from many other areas of human activity, creative industry may not be imagined, doesn't exist without live communication of people working in creative industry and the representatives of creative industries and the product which is available, which they create for final user. Without it, it doesn't work, because the thing done by a scientist, by an artist, need to be visible. Things done by a musician need to be heard, and executor of any art continue living under this condition, because nothing may substitute live communication, live music. Second moment, to create creative product, live communication is absolutely necessary, because we all see that many interests to a project they come up usually out of interdisciplinary communication from unweighted collaborations, and we consider that it is an online way unimpossible. So modern city is a place of meeting of creative people between each other and with the consumers of their products. So city towns are towns because of creative industry, largely saying. And separately, I'm willing to focus on one of creative industries, architecture or construction. We are in Urban Forum and we are inside a product which is created by creative industry. Being in a town, we are inside a product, and product has impact on our daily life, and daily, every hour, every minute, we continue living in it. And the story of design is a creative industry within which we live and collide with on daily basis, as distinctive from pieces of art. Unfortunately or gladly, we may not cooperate with this product. So for this reason, in the context of development of this story, it seems to me that creative industry stays a little bit aside from all other, and it is a specific feature of our creative cluster, and it is a real speciality on which we focus from the very beginning. And now shortly coming back to your questions, what changed? Certainly during pandemic we felt some changes. This is absolutely natural in our creative cluster. However, I would say that this all born character of people going to work as soon as they are left alone, they go back to learn. So we evaluate experience of pandemic as positive, because in fact this was a rehearsal of general digitalization. If people do not go on daily basis to work and they come to communicate, whether people will continue doing it, the response is yes, because when it was forbidden from them, they passed through gates, they wanted to learn, they wanted to communicate. So for this reason, our experience of pandemic is very positive, and look with optimism to future. Maybe this is all. Thank you a lot. I fully support you, because while launching in 2020 in September and October, we received enormous letters from groups with signatures. If second lockdown takes place, if we go back again to lockdown, do not shift education in online, because we will go back only when doors are open, because offline for creative industry is very important, because you grow up and develop, getting feedback from environment. I fully agree with you. Now let's go ahead. I'm very much willing to give the floor to Valentina, because it seems to me we have quite different experience. It is interesting to look onto developing projects which happened before pandemic, after pandemic, during pandemic, and how it influenced. We have a joke saying that when we start coming onto territory of art play territory, and residents around art play and Arma looked like residents surrounding Kursky railway. Now it is the main creative world of Moscow, and cost of residence went up tremendously. How do you evaluate influence of creative industry? Thanks. In fact, as developers, we work much with creative industries in different manifestations. No doubt that, first of all, our focus in our approach is the product itself, and creative industry helps us a lot from stage of before stage of implementation, from to the start. Take us through this road, this way. If we speak about how we cooperate with these industries, for example, our case presentation did not yet appear on screen, starting from architects who first of all give ideas from the very beginning, which we put into the project, which we fill with meanings with the help of other sides. And then if we speak about stages, initially stage of architects work to develop idea, then we draw, as it happened in our some projects, we draw artists, designers, so as to create public spaces which are integrated into art. And then we continue going to another stage to create marketing and concept. It is very important for us in general to have concept of the project, to have general, full-fledged, innovative, and we try to bring something new where we have understandable meaning filled with good ideas. Accordingly, if we speak about, if we go along this road, for example, Lumen House, which is available in Zaryadye Park, we translate from designing of a project to its implementation. If we took part in exhibition in Moscow, we support young painters who are involved into the process of cycle from different points of view. How it helps to form a project, and it helps also to position it and bring to our auditorium, explaining our meanings, and artists and painters feel very modern contexts very well. So to some degree we are emphasized with the collaboration, and with large pleasure we support artists and other creative industries. And accordingly, in general, no doubt that there is certain profit for both sides, and for us, for developers and for creative industry, because from our side we render certain support to industries in different formats. This may be financial support, sponsorship in some events, fairs, exhibitions, and also non-financial, because because immovable property is a segment where we stay not as a conductor for auditorium, because we understand not everybody understands well an art, but immovable property can be studied better, wider. They may continue going, they may adhere to some another creative cluster, and so on. So accordingly, we gladly render such support as collaborators. We are maximally open and it gives to us a lot, both at the stage of idea development up to the end when we bring the ideas to auditorium. Maybe it looks something like this. Thank you, Valentina. In fact, it seems to me that architecture is first form of city communication, because everything is done in a city, will be presented during many years. This is a normal responsibility from point of view of the rearrangement of the city. If something happens with a movie, it will be simply fail. This is the most horrible thing may happen with a movie, but thing which is constructed may continue reminding during 40 years or even more. Many thanks. So let's go ahead. We have another very prominent speaker. I'm glad to give the floor to Harry Paper, Director of Creative Economy of Cardiff University and the Director of Creative City Centre Creative Cardiff.
Do you hear me?
Sarah, do you hear?
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi. Good afternoon.
And a very warm welcome to everybody. Thank you sincerely for inviting me to contribute and be part of this interesting session today. I wonder, could my slides be shared, please, so I can talk to them?
Just a minute.
So whilst the slides are coming up, I guess I'd like to make two key points today, two key thoughts to share and contribute. And these are coming from my perspective. I'm based in Cardiff, which is the capital city of Wales, a devolved nation in the United Kingdom. And my two thoughts focus on the importance of digital transformation and its contribution to the growth and development of the creative economy in places, and also the contribution of creative hubs and workspaces in this context. So perhaps some of the points I'm making will touch on interesting observations already made by all of the speakers today. Thank you for the slides. Okay, so the first slide I wanted to share, I just thought it'd be useful to give us an overview. Sorry if we go back to that one previously, to give an overview of the cultural, social, political, and economic challenges and threats that are facing us globally. If we could go back to the first slide, please, that would be very helpful.
Please show us previous slide.
Okay, so I think what I tried to do in this picture is help us understand some of the very complex situation that we're in, that is about complicated political polarization. For us in the UK, we're thinking a lot about Brexit, which I appreciate is very much a focus from this viewpoint of the world. But we do have global economies in a state of flux. We have recession, poverty on a mass scale, wages decreasing and expenses increasing. We have this notion of the gig economy, which is very pertinent when we think about the creative economy more broadly. We have ongoing digital disruption and an increasingly fast pace of technological change and adoption of technologies, not just by makers, but by audiences. And we've lived through 18 months of an increasing focus on inequality, the Black Lives Matter movement, issues around representation and inclusivity, as well as an aging population globally and a cultural shift in what young people are doing. And also an awareness of fake news, weak trust and disinformation. So when I list those out, and there are many other global issues at the moment, it's really a very complex set of circumstances that the creative economy finds itself operating in, and this backdrop as well of a global pandemic that none of us saw coming, that has had certainly a disproportionate effect on the creative industries over the past 18 months. Okay, on to the next slide, please. So as a result of this, many creative organizations and individuals are working and engaging very, very differently over this 18-month period, and in particular are using a variety of digital tools to do that. I think we've seen this in every sector, haven't we? But we have seen this innovation speak particularly to the creative industries. And as we move further through COVID and restrictions easing, if you like, we're now seeing this mixed mode of operating, using both digital and real time to create new operating models that we haven't seen before. So undoubtedly, new technology-enabled distribution platforms like Zoom, the platform we're using today, and online cultural participation has enabled changes in consumption as well as user preferences across a range of audience groups. This isn't just about young people. This presents a wealth of opportunities for innovation for audiences across all age ranges. And we've seen significant changes in the way that content is being developed and made and distributed. And I imagine that this will only continue revealing all sorts of new options and ways of working and driving growth and adaptation into the future. I guess the question that we're all considering, or the question I propose that we should all be considering in this context, is what will remain and what will revert back to pre-pandemic circumstances? How can we enable continued online engagement for audiences and makers? How can we work with the creative economy to utilize and maximize digital opportunities and indeed challenges, because it's not just opportunities that they face, and how they can gain value from those? How can we restore public confidence in face-to-face cultural and creative participation and enable the safe and confident return to venues, events, festivals, or any of the live activity that Sergey was talking about earlier? And as yet, none of us know the answer exactly to this, but these are vital questions to address if the sector is able to grow and thrive in the way that it was pre-pandemic. One thing that I do know for sure in this context is that we need an even greater focus on innovation and research and development activity to help the creative economy to deliver and develop the products, services, and experiences that are needed for now and into the future, and to ensure that the sector continue to evolve and grow in situ and globally. And I urge governments and universities and other stakeholders to put this high on their agendas as they go through thinking about support for the creative economy in the future. And it's equally important that the business models and support that is made available is not just about sector sustainability now or recovery, but it's about building resilience against future shocks that may come. And there will be some, there will be many. There are, nobody saw the pandemic coming, and that has presented a very certain set of circumstances. Okay, so on to slide 3, if I may, and I want to focus in the last part of this thought piece about hubs and venues and workspaces for the creative economy. Here we have some pictures of 5 hubs, creative hubs around the world I've had the fortune to visit. Now, these hubs and workspaces are made up in many shapes and sizes of buildings that house creative practitioners and businesses, temporary labs, incubation spaces, innovation spaces, and they bring together online networks and people in real time through events and activities and opportunities to work together in site-specific locations. Many of these spaces have pivoted during the pandemic and continue to keep their communities together and connected to become key places that have enabled the creative economy community during this time. These workspaces are a key dynamic that enable the sector in terms of infrastructure, digital capability, provide a support environment, opportunity for training and skills development, community building, focusing on entrepreneurship, providing guidance, advice and mentoring. And I think they need really careful consideration about what form they take and how they're supported in the next phase as conveners and enablers and connectors of the creative economy community. Now, there were nearly 20,000 co-working spaces worldwide in 2020, somewhere around that. And it was reported at that stage that there was going to be a significant growth up to sort of some 26,000 by 2025. I think that will change given the pandemic, but I do think this is an important environment that certainly needs some consideration. Now on to my final slide, please. Now, creative hubs are key connectors. They're key in positioning social, cultural, and economic benefits of the creative economy and the heart of this and the communities that in which they're located. They act as catalysts in defining the changed nature of work that I think John was talking about, and the way work could be in the future and how they can support individuals and organizations during this transition. They don't just play a key role in boosting economic value, incubating products and services and innovations and so on, but they have the potential to address other significant challenges, such as loneliness, isolation, health, well-being, and work culture that are critical as we move through the months ahead. These communities supercharge collaboration and engagement with each other, with other creatives, with users, with stakeholders, with partners, with funders, with governments. And I think that they are absolutely critical in the next phase of the development of the creative economy. This kind of engagement and connectivity is something that hubs and communities do so well. It's in their DNA. It's part of, how they operate and why they exist. So my recommendation is to build locally, think globally, and act thoughtfully when considering what, how, and with whom these spaces can collaborate and engage, and where their communities are. Done well, this will create all manner of potential opportunities for the creative economy in our future, including greater accessibility, diversity, and inclusion. So finally, I believe we must consider these hubs and the creative workforce that engage them in terms of bigger future sustainable development goals and issues that are affecting our places, our towns, our cities. They present opportunities to support a better way of working in the future that can reduce pollution, that can reduce stress, and that can create communities, towns, and cities that improve the quality of life for their residents and participants in a way that has just not been possible up until now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. It's a very inspirational speech, because I think that for a lot of us it's very important to understand how your experience could be shared really in Russia and in Moscow as well. And also it's very interesting to ask you one question about the competition of different cities to talents, because of course talents are the most migration sector of young or not young people. And when we're talking about the cities which are really superstars, we're talking about the competition for interesting talent people who could really be involved to build these cities in the future. What do you think about it in post-pandemic world? Because now the migration of people are really stopped. What do you think about what will be in the future?
Wow, that is a really interesting question, yes, I need to dig into that quite deep. I have to think carefully about that. You're absolutely right. I would imagine, during and post-pandemic, the movement and mobility of individuals would be much reduced. And I suppose, I hadn't really considered it to now, but I suppose it will have an impact on the growth and development of the creative and cultural industries, the creative economy more broadly. I suppose in a way I would turn that challenge back to the places who are considering the creative economy as important in their spaces, the super cities, or, in whichever way we're thinking about this. Because really the responsibility there is, what kind of environment do they want to make for the creative economy within their local places? And that will be different and special in all different locations. We don't want a cardboard cutout in every city or town around the UK. I don't think that is the environment that would be most conducive to enabling a creative economy, growth and development everywhere. It needs to be different. It needs to be place-based. It needs to be appropriate to the strengths that exist in those places. And I think maybe as a result of the pandemic and this, a kind of decrease in mobility and movement, it will enable places to really focus and think about those important questions about what the strengths are in their place, what is relevant and important to that place, and then develop the strategies that are very place-based to their own environments to enable growth that is sustainable, relevant, and connects to what they have. I mean, I know certainly in Cardiff, we've been doing a lot of thinking about this. It's part of the work that I've been doing with colleagues over the past 5 to 10 years anyway, but I think the pandemic has enabled us to really dig deep into that and go further into what is on our doorstep, as well as, ironically, I mean, it's interesting, in the same breath, I think we've developed an awful lot of international connections during this time because of this kind of technology that we've all enabled to work in differently. But again, that's been very much, you know, those connections and partnerships have been very much related to then how that connects back to that local strategy, that very, you know, appropriate place-based strategy that we've been able to do. So, you know, I think this notion of the stickiness of cities and retaining talent is one thing to consider, but I think also growing talent within is really important. One challenge we have here is, you know, attracting the number of workers and a pipeline of the workforce in and around the screen sector here that's growing very rapidly in Cardiff. And I think what we're doing a lot more, what I've seen a lot more in the last year or two, is thinking about how we can grow this from within, looking at our city region, not just into the city, but out further afield, and thinking about, you know, how we can enable that sustainable growth, I think, is an important thing to think about in this context.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Unfortunately, we don't have more time because I have a lot of questions to you. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Я возвращаюсь на русский язык.
I will now speak Russian. Dear friends, Sarah has talked about a very interesting trend where a lot of experts from the creative economy came back to their native regions, and it is quite interesting to see because from Moscow and St. Petersburg, a lot of creatives went back to their native regions, and they brought their drive and expertise from capitals to their native towns. I think that it will have very interesting results and consequences, because usually we can scale up different modern trends from Moscow and St. Petersburg to other towns and cities, and it will be interesting to see how capitals will influence the regions, and will this energy come back or not. So this is a very interesting question. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Do we have any questions? Maybe you want to discuss something? I will just have a look at the chat. Well, let's move on, and thank you very much for today's discussion. It seems to me that we have talked about different topics, and as usual, we are rediscovering this discussion because there are a lot of questions that need to be solved, and there are some discussions happening at the level of the city, and it is great, and we hope that they will lead to active actions, and creative industries will reinforce their position in Moscow, and afterwards, together with Moscow dwellers and other stakeholders, they will promote our city at the global context. Thank you very much, and have a nice day.
I'm glad to greet you all at this round table called Digital Tools for the Building Industry, Cutting-Edge Technologies in Construction. My name is Ignat Bushukin. I'm chief editor at RBK Недвижимость. I've been writing about real estate for more than 10 years, and I write about BIM modeling and construction. We write about it. We've been writing for the last year almost entirely about this construction thing. So we are all experts here. We know how this sector, it's all digitalized. We all use smartphones. But how we use this city digital services, how we cooperate with technology, it's very interesting. And in terms of business, there are new companies where BIM modelers who create this digital technology. There's more of those type of people than those who construct buildings. So there's this metaphor that BIM modeling becomes more important than bricks that we build buildings from. So this transformation that we've had, that we have nowadays, it's been great for the last 10 years. So let me introduce the speakers. We will be speaking with Sergey Lovkin, head of Moscow Department for Urban Planning Policy, Yulia Kulikova, head at State Budgetary Institution Information Analytical Center of the Complex of Urban Development Policy and Construction of the City of Moscow, Mostroy Inform, Patrick Maklimi, chairman at Building Smart International, Roman Gabaydulin, IT director at Skolkovo Medical Cluster, Yelena Martinova, deputy head at Rosregister, Emmanuel Francois, chairman at Smart Buildings Alliance for Smart Cities, and Irene Galou, partner at Foster & Partners. My dear colleagues, we only have 1 hour to speak, so I suggest that we have this 7-minute time restriction. I will be checking up on you. I will remind you about this time restriction, so let's start the discussion. I would like to give the floor to Sergey Lovkin. So you, Sergey, you are a director of this planning and construction strategy for Moscow. You define this strategy for sustainable development in Moscow. What do you think? What are the technologies that these players of this this sector should use? Thank you very much. I think that the strategy is to be defined. The strategy is to be defined by the federal government. That's what they are supposed to be doing, but we realized this strategy on our complex's level. But you all know that the strategy of country development is rather aggressive. And in this initiative, there's this new type of construction that has been developed. And transformation of this construction type. So we implement digital technologies and new approaches in digital and transform the digital construction. So we try to achieve this ambitious aim. It's very interesting to say that I would like to say that Moscow today, by today, it has already realized all these governmental services are already digital and electronic. And even nowadays there are some things that should be done on paper, but we've already automated all these services. we implement these BIM technologies, and I think today there will be someone who will focus on that. And I think we are really on top of this curve, but we can't say that we can't say a strict no to this technology. We try to evaluate the progress, and we understand that there really are some problems. I will just mention these problems. We don't have all data is fragmentary. There are. We've already talked about this competent team that works together. People who have this large scale knowledge. People who will be sitting at their desk and thinking about one particular problem. There are, of course, several points of entry, and it doesn't only happen in construction sector. And there's also this problem of this transparent mechanism of working. So we try to understand what is it that we have today. There's different data, there's different schemes of cooperating and getting feedback from population, and but that all isn't in a way built in a single system. So therefore, we've created this principle of building a single complex, destroyed complex. We've created this system to provide comprehensive services. We use these smart services to promote them under a single brand name, to promote these very important products. It's very popular today to say that there's this notion of a one-stop shop. We have this single universal data unified by one single brand, under one single brand name, and that creates this effect that we essentially need. We change this focus of cooperating with the businesses, and we don't only do what we are supposed to do, but we also give access to businesses and to population, this access to our services through different points of entry. We also create this digital cooperation platform. There's a platform called Строим Просто, which is a universal ecosystem. And we also have this ecosystem that provides access to a wide range of opportunities. So this platform of cooperation for construction participants is a tool that creates this atmosphere that's full of trust for those who cooperate in terms of constructing. This ecosystem is based on supplying construction services. This services complex. For example, when you get this permit to build a site, to build a building, then you get this permit. But a complex of services is when you make one application and then you get 1 or 2 or 3 permits that you really need. So by making one application, you solve several problems. That means that you could also create this one service when you make one application, and, for instance, can also go to taxation services. That's not very easy to implement, and we can't really do much still. But this is the key principle of this ecosystems survival. So this, there's also this digital passport of the site, digital passport of the construction worker, and also this complex. We've been through this. We've been working under this with this construction complex for almost 2 years. And right now we try to include this all information on Moscow's construction sites in this platform. And it will be connected. People will get access, people who are supposed to have this information will get access to this platform. So developer will get information on his site, population will get information on things that they need, that they will have access to. It's also important to create a single platform for communication. Because today there's a particular difficulty for those who try to understand how services are rendered. So we plan, and we've almost finished, creating this universal consultation center. There are operating headquarters, there is Mosc.ru platform, there is a platform called Stroim Prosto. So people don't really get where they should go to get answers. We want to create a single platform called consultation center, and all communication will be held there. One more direction that I would like to focus on, that's very important when building this digital platform, is digital transformation. So now we try to implement digital transformation with governmental cooperation. And then cooperation of government and construction professionals will be held together. And investor, developer and government will be focusing on the single point of entry. I don't think that what I'm saying, I don't really think that the federal government will solve this problem quickly. Our experience with transferring to this digital transformation has been really tough. It's hard to do this with this different level of governmental support. And transferring to this digital service rendering, it has taken us 2 years to unify this, to check how the regulations work, how they supply energy, for example, how they supply water, to unify all these norms, the standards, to speak to this, to get feedback from these suppliers. And it took us 2 years just to get the product that allows people to get a service by just tapping on one button. So nowadays it works in all of Russia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sergey. And last year you were talking about this problem, the fact that such organizations are not part of this digital communication with the developers. And one more question. You were talking about neural networks. Does it mean that we are at the doorstep of creating the artificial intelligence communication with our developers? Yes, we have tested at several sites, and one site is a residential building. We used the neural skeleton, and so we tested it for different engineers. We have programmed his or her behavior, and we understand now that, for example, during this 8-hour time, when he was smoking, when he was in a dangerous zone, what was the intensity of his or her work, and so no jokes, because we have been carrying out these tests during several months. This is just our first experience. And the digital passport of the building, you were talking about this. So we are creating the digital twin of the city in the scale of the whole city, the whole Moscow. Yes, we will start from the sites which are registered in our programs, which are under construction and which are under works in other projects. This is our first step, and afterwards we will need to digitalize the whole city, because big data allows us to take correct decisions. Thank you very much. It was very interesting. Yulia Kulikova. Yulia, I would like to ask you the following. You are the chief of the analytical center Mostroinform. What solutions have you developed for this sector, and what tasks can you help to achieve? Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I will continue the presentation of Mr. Levkin. I will just go into more details. First of all, when we are talking about projects, we need to talk about where we are. You can see the scheme which shows where we are now. We are in the mid of this diagram, and I will comment on it. So to understand where we are, we need to understand what do we compare it with. So we are talking about our approach towards clients and also about our strategy of products integration. If 7 years ago our approach to the development was the following: we were automating some specific business processes, some specific functions, and we were focused on universal needs of the consumers. And we introduced such solutions from top to down. So we had, for example, a decree or an order, and we could start to promote this new solution in all information sites, and we were saying that we are launching a new product, and everyone was starting to use it. But today we are passed to the following thing. We do not want to impose it. We want developers to be interested in such services. We want this service to be adequate to our clients' experience. And the first thing we face is the approach towards the technological asset, because before it was the automation of business processes, but now we are talking about the integration of our systems, and afterwards we will need to use high-quality data, which will form a universal platform, and that's how we can approach an ecosystem Sergei talked about. So this ecosystem will be the basis for our integration of services focused on construction stakeholders, focused on a specific construction site and on its specific traits. So we want to go from the middle of this figure to the upper level. So we will come from regulation to the need at developers' side. So and developers will become active users and engaged users, engaged in the creation of such products, and not just a user of this product. And the key point here is our ecosystem. You can see the systemic factors of our Stroim Prosto system. Why are they systemic and fundamental? Because we cannot do without them, because all the projects will be based on them, and they will be linked to all the services we are developing now. The most important project is the digital passport, And you can see that it is the biggest part we are launching this year. This was quite a long path, quite a long way, and this will be the basis for our collection of data from the construction site, etc. And client's experience also will depend on this digital passport, and thus we will create a confident environment for all the stakeholders. So you have those two super elements, and we also will have a universal, a single contact center. So, for example, it is not sufficient to me to have digital technologies and services. I need someone to explain to me how does it happen, and so I need to get more information. And this is our portal Stroim Prosta, digital passports of different sites and territories. We were moving towards this project from 1990s. So we started in 1999, and we started from collecting electronic data, paper-based data. We analyzed different types of documentation, urban development and urban planning documentations. We were analyzing archives, and by 2011 we realized that it does not make sense to collect data manually and to analyze them in a manual way, because it requires a lot of work and it is not so efficient. So we understood that we need to integrate all our information system for all the data we used to collect in a manual way. All this data will be collected automatically, and we have created such a system, and now we have approached this digital passport, and there's a reason for that. We understood what is lacking in our electronic passport. We were lacking a unique identifier of the site, of the object, because this ID could unite all the data. Each element of our digital passport, and now we have more than 200 of them, is formulated on the basis of the data we took from urban development documents. So for each element we have formulated specific rules and algorithm of its formulation, the prioritization for each stage, correct formats for data, and that's how we can analyze all the data correctly. In the future, and I'm talking not about 15 future years, but I'm talking about the nearest future, we want to integrate also the data from the construction sites, and it is not just analysis of documents, but we're talking about real data from construction sites, and I'm talking about Internet of Things, and we will get the information in real time, and it will function when we will have this information model in our digital passport, and then we will see this synergy effect, and we will see that we have integrated all the platforms and that all the data is useful for the city and for the city dwellers. So who needs this digital passport? Well, it is evident for developers, and city government need this passport because the city government should know what is constructed and where, because it needs to prevent risks, etc. But for the stakeholders of the construction process can formulate its own client experience and understand what direction should I move to, and also maybe I need to go to a public organization and get a public service. So, for example, in Varvarka Street, you can see QR codes, and you can find information from the digital passports of such buildings and objects. This panel also is shown at our stand. This is the information about capital construction objects. You can see the real number of sites, their area, the stage of construction, the stage of execution. I'm talking about all these sites from the construction stage to fiscal questions to commissioning of the site, because we need to use this site, and this object should be useful for the city. So we have already good, correct and accurate data, and we can make forecasts. For example, this site is in risk zone, and the permit for construction is no longer available, so that's why we need to work with this issue. Talking about future and about the pilot projects we are developing now, just in a couple of words, yes. So this is a smart construction site. We start to use drones, unmanned drones, and we give this information to the city government. We use a 3D modeling and digital duplication of the work of our personnel. Sergei has talked about it, about neural skeletons which can analyze all the actions of a person, and afterwards we will be able to program our robots if we want to automate the construction processes. QR codes is also very useful, and digital markings at the construction site. This project was implemented just 2 weeks before Moscow Urban Forum. So you can put a marker on a specific material or a specific part of the building, and cameras will show you if, for example, some structural elements are installed in the correct way, if all the personnel is wearing masks or helmets, etc. And we will develop this in the future. In conclusion, I would like to talk about information modeling, because all the data we collect, we need to integrate them into the information model of the object, because if we do not do this, it won't function, and we won't have this synergy effect we are talking about. And we already have some pilot projects where we are integrating BEAM very actively, and afterwards we need to take all the data we have and to integrate it into the information model, and that's when the digital platform of communication will start to function. Well, I will wrap up now. Just one short question. Whose ecosystem is cooler, your system, or such systems as Yandex or Sberbank, VTB, Dom.rf? All developers also have their own marketing basis. So whose system is cooler and better? I think all the systems are cool, and I think that the next step is to interchange and exchange information between different systems, and we need to focus not on a specific group of clients or developers, but we need to combine public services with private services, and we need to be focused on a correct implementation of the project and on the engagement of these sites functioning into the life of the city. Thank you very much, Yulia Kulikova. Patrick McLeamy should be with us in a remote way. Patrick, we would like to know how digital technologies help cities to compete. The competition between cities for the human capital. We know that human capital is the key element today.
Yes, first of all, thank you very much for having me in this forum. It's quite exciting for me. My organization is called Building Smart International, and I've heard a lot of commentary from the other speakers about the need for more and more data and the need for data to be integrated, so that it doesn't matter who's providing the data. If I, as an architect, or you, as a planner or a developer, have need of this data, can you use it with your tools? And Building Smart, my organization, is the bridge. We're the translator, if you will, between different forms of data so that we can all basically understand the data using our own tools. And it's not only geometric data, the integration of BIM, building information modeling, and GIS, that's the geographical and mapping data, but also beyond geometry to integrate what words mean, a data dictionary, so that if words that are converted to machine readable words can be understood exactly for what they are, instead of using a term, for example, like deep green. What is deep green? What does it mean? Well, it means something like, I want a building that is quite sustainable, but that's not precise enough for a computer to read and understand exactly what that means. So precise definitions of terms that are agreed to in an international forum and then translated to other languages, all readable by the computer, is the other function that we're providing. So I agree with all the speakers. We need basically to model every city. If a city aspires to greatness, it must have more and more data, a digital twin of itself, so that people can analyze and understand what they need to do to improve and keep their city great. And that means they need enablers. Some organization, which I believe is ours, to help translate this data from one system to another, and importantly, translate these words so that we have specific exact meanings of what we mean by something that's sustainable, for example. Those are the important things. I will just say, as an architect, that I've enjoyed this conversation. Cities are struggling to cope with this mass migration of people around the world to larger and larger cities, urban areas. And architects and planners and city leaders need to come to grips with this. As cities get so big, they become very difficult to manage, very difficult to provide a noble existence for people. So the first step is to understand what cities are today, which is, to me, looking at the data. And only after that can we actually begin to make an improvement. If we can measure what's going on in your city.
Patrick, thank you very much. Thank you very much. It is very interesting, and your presentation is great. We have one more foreign speaker. It is Emmanuel Francois, representing Smart Buildings Alliance for Smart Cities. Emmanuel, good afternoon. So I would like to ask the question about the capacity to aggregate all the resources, because you know all these technologies, Internet of Things and the most modern technologies. So what technologies will help us to make cities more capable to get more resources?
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very glad to be here. I would like to go back to history. 120 years ago, New York decided electrification and chose as alternative current for electrification. And since with this choice, the city spread in 8 and in white. In 8 because of lifts and in white because of tramway. And it became the showcase of the cities of the 20th century. But today, we are facing huge challenges with global warming, with greenhouse gas emission. And we know that this concept of city is no more sustainable. And we need really to change, a full change, radical change. And in this context, digital is an opportunity. I would say it's a present for humanity if we have a good use of this digital, provided we make a good use. And when I speak about radical change, I would like to, just before speaking about digital, giving you one example. And that's the reason why I spoke about New York and the decision to move to alternative current. Because today we are moving, we are changing the mobility with electrical mobility. And electrical mobility will be certainly a major change of the next 10 years. Once again, I go back to New York, beginning of 19th century. Within 10 years, the city of New York decided to remove from carriage, so horse carriage, to thermal car, and it has been done. Today, we are at the 21st century. How long will it last to move to electrification of mobility? I think it will be last less than 10 years, because also cities don't want anymore electrical mobility. And here, if we well understand, there are two major changes. First, there is a change in electrification because the electrical car are no more with fuel, with electricity, but it's also no more alternative current, is direct current. And you know also most of the equipment are in direct current. And if we speak about renewable energies, it's direct current. So when I speak about radical change, this is a radical change. We need within the next 10 or 15 years to move to AC to DC. And what I have in mind is to say, in the same way we are changing to this electrification to DC or hybrid current, we need also to deploy digital infrastructure in every buildings and in every cities. Why? Because thanks digital, we will be able to share and to move to a proprietary economy to a share economy. Today, if you take a building, we are just living in buildings, but using buildings only 30% of the time. This is no more sustainable. If you take a car, cars are used 5% of the time in cities, but they take 50% of the space. This is no more sustainable. That means we need to share, we need to reduce the resources. And if you speak about buildings, the buildings we have today, do they fit to our activities? Our activities have changed, radical change, thanks digital. We are no more working like before.
Emmanuel, пожалуйста,
we are no more, the health is changing, the trade is changing. And all these activities we are doing in buildings which are rigid, whereas our activities are changing. That means, what I'm saying, the suit we're having is no more fitting to us. And we need to rethink fully the buildings. So I'm speaking about mobility, I'm speaking about buildings, I'm speaking about networks, electrical networks.
I'm sorry, Emmanuel. I would like you to sum up. You only have 1 minute. There's a time restriction.
Digital is really a real opportunity to lead, to make these changes. And we need to have confidence in digital. And we need to also move to local. And that's the reason why I'm speaking about digital and digital twin, which enables to have this global vision and to manage locally energy, locally water, to manage also the share economy of spaces of mobility and so on. So these are major threats, and Smart Building Alliance I'm leading, which is becoming an international organization, is just here to set up the framework to support this major change of our society, which I call a civilizational change.
I'm sorry, Emmanuel. I'm sorry to say that we have no more time left. I'm sorry. Emmanuel Francois, Director for Smart Cities.
Елена
Martinova, Deputy Director at Rosregister. So, what are the digital instruments, digital tools that you use at Rosregister? There's this system at Rosregister that you created. So, what would you like to say about this system? Good evening, dear colleagues. I greet all of you. Thank you very much for inviting us to this forum, for this opportunity to talk to our friends, professional friends. So we've already implemented the solution that we've elaborated. We've already ahead of this plan. We created this geese and gran situation in almost all regions of Russia, and probably today, listening to others' presentations, I would like to speak about something else. Everyone speaks about construction, about development, and we always say these words digital and words technologies. We can't forget that land is the source, is the basis of our life. Lands are used in all countries and all cultures. Patrick and Emmanuel both mentioned the word change, and they said that we really need change. Of course, the spatial data that allows us to solve governmental and business problems and private problems, these are great, because of course every one of us always uses these geo applications to solve day-to-day problems, but to digitalize these services we really need a lot of resources. And to digitalize these maps, these sites and buildings, we really need to have this comprehensive approach, this comprehensive data. And this is a very interesting task that we have upon us today. We've already mentioned this aggressive system of development, and Rosregister also began developing this system of spatial data consolidation, where all data from information systems are collected in a single space. Nevertheless, I would like to mention that today we have so much issues, but there are some that, just 5 of them, that I would like to mention. So these, there are several problems. This data is uncoordinated. There is the single problem that there is no multi-scale map, because myself, I've seen that there is not a single one map for the spatial data for our whole country, and this is a problem. There is no mechanism for collecting modern, up-to-date data. There is no legislative and technical regulation system. This data should be updated all the time and should be connected to modern technologies. Of course, we depend on import. If we take a look at, please could you, if we take a look at OpenStreetMap, which aren't built on Russian software,
the conditions to pass to the targeted state of our national system, where we will be able to unite it all. So first of all, Rosregister, with the Center of Geodesy and Cartography, we are implementing a project. It is called GIS, State Information System, and also the Universal Cartographic Base material. It is the new base which will help to form this Universal Cartographic Base, and also stakeholders will be obliged to give their photos to us. Well, I think that we need to have a development of our own OpenStreetMap analog, because you can see that, for example, it shows that there's a bridge under construction, but this bridge has already been constructed, or, for example, you see it in winter and now it is summer, etc. So this is not accurate data. And also different departments, but not only departments, but also different businesses should be united at one platform. As Yulia has said, we need to collect all this data, and we need to enable businesses and developers and individuals and government officials and organisms to work with this platform and to create this environment for development. What are we doing today? Mr. Mishustin has signed a decree of the government about the launch of a project. It is called Universal Information Resource on Land and Real Estate. There are 4 regions which take part in this project. We, with Roscosmos, we took measures and we started to implement this project. Services in the framework of this Universal Information Resource are under development, and we think that we will launch them by the end of the year. This is Zemlya Prosto, Earth is Simple, Land for Construction and Analysis of the Condition and the Use of Land, and 3D Cadastre. I would like to launch a video, and I would like to show you what this information resource is. Universal information resource on land.
задействованы практически все участники.
So you see that practically all the stakeholders take part in the process. We see that the client is happy. We see the speed of decision making. And what's the most important for the client? The process is practically invisible, so it is seamless. The client does not see the all the inner workings, because he or she just gets the service with the help of technologies. And for our clients, it seems that it's easy, and so we can work on more sites, on a bigger number of sites, and the client, our clients are all the investors, businesses, government institutions, and other professionals of the market.
Thank you very much for telling us about this service. This is such a great video content. Thank you for that. We enjoyed it really much. The team that works with the videos and content, it's very professional, and we've had such great experience in working with creating this change. Could you please turn my presentation on and click to the last slide? We mentioned this phrase. We've said already that first of all we create this technology, this tool, and then we work with data. And this is where I would like to disagree, because first of all we can create a great service, but the data might be irrelevant. It could be incomplete or fragmentary, and it will not work with this service. And however, the person, the user, he or she, they don't know what to do with this problem. And that's what we try to do at Rosregister. That's what we try to do with the governors of regions. We create these route maps, and we create a system that will be a sustainable tool for all of us. Rosregister really changes, it's true. We form the center of competence in our country and live in these 4 imperative solutions of our country. Thank you very much. Елена Martinova, Deputy Chairwoman at Rosregister. The next speaker, Roman Gabaydulin, IT Director at Skolkovo Medical Cluster. So this is the time we finally start talking about BIM technology and Skolkovo Medical Cluster. Good evening, dear colleagues. I'm happy to see you all here. We've said already so much about BIM modeling and about these different stages of information processing in different sectors of economy. And let me speak a little bit about how our project is evolving. It's a project initiated by the government of Moscow. We really do implement BIM modeling, and with that we optimize all processes in creating this complex model of construction processes. BIM modeling allows us to update our information, to have updated visualizations. For us, it's a method that allows us to use all to watch deeply what happens at every step of construction, to optimize expenses, and all this data, among other characteristics, form this information model where changing one parameter leads changing all other numbers. So I would like to go to this digital twin of a building. We are really on top of the curve here. We try to digitalize all our sites. So what a digital twin really is? It's now, it has become the main focus of economy in 1987 with the history that happened, with the story that happened with Apollo 13. So it was the only way to save many people, and many years later, it's still a very important tool that we use. However, digital twin, it's not only about physically tangible systems. It also works with digital twins of the government, for instance, digital twin of virus diffusion. Digital twin is not a statistic model, such as a 3D model of some kind of equipment. It works with a telemetric system of a building of a thing that's created with the help of the Internet of Things technology. And I would like to also say a few words about mechanization of processes in constructing. Everybody probably knows that we build medical buildings. And this system allows us to simplify the processes of construction. We get all the data that we need, and then with this program we will need this platform. We simplify the cooperation and getting feedback from all partners and participants of this cooperation. We now can make decisions together to find what's wrong with the construction site, to watch what has been done already. And we work with network planning, with documents and sites control, with security control. And this important analytics that we receive with the face recognition app, that's also what the technology that we use in Skolkovo. We have this droneport automated technology. There are drones that are driverless and or pilotless, and there are drones that can change batteries themselves. We can watch the process of building with the drones and analyze whether construction workers wear masks, for example. These smart technologies also watch if there is, for instance, someone else at a construction site. They detect these people. We use smart watch at building sites. We use face recognition system and IP cameras on site. That's how we regulate construction process. We watch carefully the way this security measures are followed. So these digital technologies for IT cluster means that we analyze the international experience, and we understand that we have to implement the next solutions, such as seamless information consolidation, information integration with private systems, and digital solutions in educational systems, and cooperation between these ecosystems. And these telecommunication systems, according to what we expect in our projects, are biometric system services, the service of access to information and data services are points of attraction for different transformation changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Roman. Dear colleagues, we have just a couple of minutes left, unfortunately, but we would like to hear from Irene Gallo. Irene, good afternoon. Foster & Partners is one of the most famous architecture companies in the world, and several weeks ago I saw the building built in St. Petersburg after the project of Foster & Partners, and my question is the following. What technologies do you use, and what processes of innovations introduction exist in your company? 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes.
I will be very quick. Thank you for inviting me. We use a lot of digital tools during the design process and also to predict the performance of our buildings, simulation workflows. What we're doing lately, the last 10 years really, is data collection from our existing buildings. Because what we noticed is we can have the best tool during the design and process and they're all digital, but we're missing feedback. And without feedback, you don't learn and you don't avoid mistakes. So we have done a lot of data collection from our existing buildings. We started with ad hoc 10 years ago, and now we're getting better and better. And our job, my job, is to convert the data that we collect, big data, very often into insight for our designers in the office. And ideally, we would like to publish that insight so the learners of the design, the designers around the world can learn. If you don't close the loop in the design, you're missing a huge opportunity. That's what I have to say. I know that we're running out of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irene. It's a pity, it's a shame that we don't have time. It's my fault because I was not really checking up the timing, and well, I'm sorry. Thank you very much, dear speakers, for your professional views. It is very interesting, and I would like to thank all our spectators, all our public which is present online and offline, and I wish a lot of success in the framework of this forum. And in the framework of our possibilities, well, we have concluded by our session the